I'm Meredith Norris, 25 years old, stuck serving coffee at the bean counter in Eugene, Oregon, still living in my parents' house. That night, Mom called her voice, cold dinner, be home by 7. My gut churned. Family dinners were never just meals, they were ambushes. I drove to their wooden house, bracing for the usual jabs about my dead-end job and abandoned college degree. I'd been coding late nights chasing a tech startup dream, but to them, I was nothing next to my lawyer brother. At the table, tension crackled. Then Mom stood up, eyes like daggers, and said, "You're 25, still living in our house, no career, you're a failure." My brother leaned in, sneering, "It's embarrassing that you're my sibling." Their words burned, but I didn't argue. I just nodded, heart pounding, and went to my room. By midnight, I'd packed my bags and slipped out the back door, leaving their judgment behind. 6 months later, my startup made $5 million, and they came crawling, demanding half. I just smiled, ready to hit back with a truth they weren't prepared for. What happened at that dinner and what I did next changed everything. Ever been called a failure by your own family? Share your story in the comments. Smash that subscribe button to see how I turned their words into my victory. Don't miss what's coming. It's a wild ride. The smell of Mom's pot roast filled the house as I braced for the evening. Walking into my parents' wooden home in Eugene, Oregon, I felt the weight of years spent under their roof, each step pulling me back to a past I couldn't shake. At 25, I was still here, sleeping in my childhood bedroom surrounded by posters from high school. I'd dropped out of college 3 years ago, halfway through a finance degree I never wanted. The numbers, the pressure, the endless exams, it crushed me. I'd sit in lectures, heart-racing, palms sweaty, feeling like I was drowning. My advisor, Professor Ellis, tried to help, but I couldn't keep up. So I quit trading textbooks for a barista apron at the bean counter. The pay was barely enough to cover gas, but it was honest work, and I liked the rhythm of steaming milk and chatting with regulars like Karen, who tipped extra for my latte art. But my real passion was coding. Late at night, when the house was quiet, I'd hunch over my laptop building an app I dreamed would change everything. It was a fintech tool, something to simplify budgeting for people like me who'd never fit the mold of success. I taught myself Python from YouTube tutorials, piecing together lines of code between shifts. Every time I hit run and saw my app take shape, I felt alive, like I was building a ladder out of this life. But my family didn't see it. To them, I was a dropout, a letdown, coasting on their dime, while my brother Zachary shone brighter than ever. Zachary was their pride, the lawyer who'd made it big in Portland. At 30, he had a corner office, a fancy car, and a wife, Tiffany, who hosted charity galas. Every family gathering, my parents, Mom and Dad, would rave about his latest case or his new condo. "Why can't you be more like Zachary?" Mom would sigh, her voice sharp with disappointment. Dad would nod, adding, "You need to get your act together, Meredith." Their words stung, but I swallowed them, nodding like I always did. I'd heard it all before, at Christmas, at birthdays, at every tense dinner where I felt like the odd one out. They didn't know about the app, the hours I poured into it, the dream I clung to despite their doubts. I kept it secret, afraid they'd laugh or call it another waste of time. I wasn't always like this. In high school, I'd been the one with big plans. I wanted to build something, not just follow someone else's path. I'd spend hours in the computer lab messing around with basic HTML, dreaming of Silicon Valley. But college broke me. The pressure to be perfect, to match Zachary's grades, to make Mom and Dad proud, it was too much. I started having panic attacks, hiding in my dorm to avoid classes. When I dropped out, Mom cried, not out of sadness, but anger. "You're throwing your life away," she said. Dad just shook his head like I'd failed some test I didn't know I was taking. Moving back home was supposed to be temporary, but 3 years later I was still here, saving every penny for a future they couldn't see. That night, as I set the table, I thought about my app. I'd just fixed a bug in the code, a small victory that kept me going. I imagined pitching it to investors, seeing it on people's phones, proving I wasn't the failure they thought. But sitting there with the clink of forks and the smell of pot roast, I felt the familiar dread creep in. I knew this dinner wouldn't be about catching up. It was another chance for them to remind me who I wasn't. Still, I held on to my dream, a quiet fire in my chest. No matter what they said tonight, I wouldn't let go of it. I'd keep coding, keep building, keep believing I could be more. The dining room table was set with her best china, but the air in the home was thick with tension. I sat across from my parents, my brother, and his wife, picking at the pot roast, my appetite gone. Every clink of silverware felt like a countdown to something ugly. I'd barely said a word when Mom stood up her chair, scraping the hardwood floor. Her eyes locked on me, cold and unyielding. "Meredith Norris, you're 25, still living in our house. No career, you're a failure," she declared, her voice slicing through the room. I froze, my fork halfway to my mouth, the words hitting like a slap. I'd heard their disappointment before, but this was different. Public raw meant to wound. Zachary leaned back, his lips curling into a smug grin. "She's right, you know," he said, glancing at his wife. Tiffany nodded, her perfectly manicured nails tapping her wine glass. "We posted about it on Facebook," she said, her tone dripping with mockery. "A picture of you at that coffee shop, apron and all. Captioned it, 'This is what failure looks like.' Got a ton of likes already." My heart sank. I pictured the photo, me wiping down a table at the bean counter, unaware they'd snapped it during a visit last week. The humiliation burned, knowing their friends, our neighbors, were laughing at me online. I opened my mouth to protest, but Zachary cut in. "What you're gonna say, you're finding yourself," he scoffed. "Gimme a break." Dad cleared his throat, his voice gruff. "Meredith, it's time you got a real job," he said, folding his arms. "Something respectable like your brother. Or you can find somewhere else to live." His ultimatum landed like a brick. I tried to explain, my voice shaky. "I'm working on something, Dad. I've been building an app. It's..." Tiffany laughed, cutting me off. "An app? Oh, please, Meredith. You're not some tech genius. Stick to pouring coffee." Her words stung, but what hurt more was Mom's silence, her nod of agreement. I looked around the table, searching for a hint of support, but found none. They were a united front, tearing me down together. I clenched my fists under the table, my nails digging into my palms. I wanted to scream, to tell them about the nights I spent coding the app that was so close to being something real. But their smug faces stopped me. They wouldn't understand, they never had. I thought about the Facebook post, how it would spread through our small town, how people at the cafe might whisper behind my back. The shame was suffocating, but so was the anger. I wasn't just their punching bag anymore. Then Zachary leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with contempt. "It's embarrassing that you're my sibling," he said, his voice low and venomous, a smirk twisting his face. The room seemed to shrink, their faces blurring as his words echoed in my head. I was alone, cornered, my dreams reduced to a punchline. After dinner, I found my laptop open on the kitchen counter. I'd left it in my room, password protected, before sitting down to that miserable meal. My pulse quickened as I tapped the trackpad, waking the screen to my messaging app, open to a thread with Brooke Lane, my best friend since high school. We'd been texting about my fintech app ideas for the user interface, a pitch I was drafting for a local startup contest. The chat was scrolled up to messages from last week, ones I hadn't opened in days. Someone had been digging through my private conversations. I clicked through my files, my stomach churning. My coding folder labeled Project Freedom was a mess. 2 key scripts, months of work on the app's budgeting algorithm, were gone, deleted. My backups were on a USB drive safe in my bag, but the loss hit hard. Those scripts were my late-night victories, proof I could build something real. I heard footsteps and turned to see Zachary and Tiffany strolling into the kitchen, coffee mugs in hand. Tiffany's lips twitched into a smirk. "Oh, Meredith, still playing with your little computer games?" she said, her voice syrupy with condescension. "That app thing you're working on? It's delusional. You're not cut out for that tech nonsense." I gripped the counter, my voice tight. You went through my laptop? I said, staring at Zachary. He shrugged, leaning against the fridge. We were curious, he said, as if it were nothing. You leave it lying around. What do you expect? My mind raced back to earlier that week. They'd stopped by my room supposedly to chat while I was grabbing water. They must have snooped then, bypassing my password somehow. I felt exposed, like they'd ripped open my diary. You deleted my code? I said, my voice rising. Tiffany laughed, tossing her hair. Oh, come on, it's not like it was anything important. You're wasting your time with that pipe dream. I stormed to the living room where Mom and Dad were clearing dishes. Did you know about this? I demanded, my hands shaking. Mom set down a plate, her expression calm but stern. Meredith, we're worried about you, she said. You're chasing fantasies instead of growing up. Zachary was just trying to show you what's realistic. Dad nodded, his arms crossed. You need to focus on a real job, not this hobby, he said. I couldn't believe it, they were defending them. I turned to Zachary, who'd followed me, and Tiffany at his side. You had no right, I said, my voice cracking. Those files were mine. My work. My future. Tiffany rolled her eyes. Future, Meredith, be serious. You're 25, slinging coffee, living off Mom and Dad. That app isn't going anywhere. Her words echoed their earlier insults, but this was worse. They'd violated my privacy, erased my progress, and called it help. I looked at Mom, hoping for a shred of support, but she just sighed. We want what's best for you, she said, as if that justified everything. Zachary chimed in, his tone patronizing. You should thank us for snapping you out of it, he said. You're not some startup hotshot. Stick to what you're good at. I felt the room spin, their words piling on like weights. I'd spent years hiding my dream, protecting it from their judgment, and now they'd torn it apart. I thought about the hours I'd poured into that code, the moments of pride when a feature worked, the hope it gave me. They didn't just delete files, they tried to delete my ambition. You don't get to decide what I'm capable of, I said, my voice steady, despite the tears burning my eyes. I faced them all. Mom, Dad, Zachary, Tiffany. You crossed a line. You went into my private messages, my work, and destroyed it. Why? Mom's face hardened. We're your family, she said. We have a right to know what you're doing under our roof. Dad added. You're not acting like an adult, Meredith. We're trying to guide you. Guide me. This wasn't guidance. It was control. They wanted me small, dependent, a shadow of Zachary's success. I saw it clearly now. Their concern was a leash. Not love. My chest tightened with betrayal. Not just from the invasion, but from their refusal to see me as anything more than a failure. I wasn't just angry. I was done letting them define me. By midnight, my bags were packed. I stood in my childhood bedroom, the weight of the night pressing down on me. The posters on the walls, the creaky bed, the desk where I'd coded my dreams, they all felt like relics of a life I was done with. I moved quietly, stuffing clothes into a duffel bag, my hands steady despite the ache in my chest. My laptop, still warm from earlier, went into its case, along with the USB drive holding my app's backups. Those files were my lifeline, the only thing they hadn't taken from me. I wasn't just leaving a house. I was breaking free from years of control, from a family that saw me as less than I was. I grabbed my phone and texted Brooke Lane, my best friend since high school, who'd always believed in me. Can you come get me? Now I typed, my fingers shaking. Her reply was instant: on my way. Hang in there. Brooke had her own place in Eugene, a tiny apartment she'd turned into a haven for her graphic design work. She'd offered me a spot on her couch before, but I'd always hesitated, thinking I could endure my family's judgment. Not anymore. Their betrayal, snooping through my messages, deleting my code, had snapped something inside me. I wasn't staying another night under their roof. I zipped my bag and slipped downstairs, careful not to wake anyone. The house was dark, the kitchen still smelling faintly of pot roast. I paused, considering whether to just walk out. but something in me needed closure, a final word to mark the end of this chapter. I found Mom and Dad in the living room, sitting on the couch, the TV flickering with some late-night show. Zachary and Tiffany were in the kitchen, their voices low, probably gloating over their intervention. I cleared my throat, my bag slung over my shoulder. "I'm leaving," I said, my voice calm but firm. Mom looked up, her brow furrowing. "What are you talking about, Meredith?" she asked as if I were joking. Dad stood, his face hardening. "You're not going anywhere," he said. "You can't just walk out in the middle of the night." I met his gaze, unyielding. "I'm done living under your rules," I said, the words spilling out with a strength I didn't know I had. "You don't respect me, my work, or my life. I'm not your project to fix." Mom's eyes widened, but she didn't speak. Zachary stepped into the room, Tiffany trailing behind, her arms crossed. "You're being dramatic," Zachary said, rolling his eyes. "Where are you even going to go? You can't afford to live on your own." I ignored him, turning to Dad. "I'll figure it out," I said. "I don't need your money anymore." His face reddened. "If you walk out that door, don't expect us to keep paying your bills," he warned, his voice low and threatening. "You'll be cut off, Meredith. No more free ride." I almost laughed. A free ride I'd been scraping by on tips, saving every cent for my app while they treated me like a burden. "Fine," I said, my voice steady. "Cut me off." "I don't want your help if it comes with strings." Tiffany scoffed, muttering something about me being ungrateful, but I didn't care. I looked at them one last time, Mom silent and tense, Dad glaring like I'd betrayed him, Zachary and Tiffany smug as ever. "Goodbye," I said, the word final, like closing a book. I turned and walked to the front door, my heart pounding, but my steps sure. Outside, Brooke's old Honda idled in the driveway, the headlights cutting through the Oregon night. I slid into the passenger seat, tossing my bag in the back. "You okay?" Brooke asked, her voice soft but steady. I nodded, clutching my laptop case. "I will be," I said, feeling the truth of it settle in. As Brooke drove away, the wooden house faded in the rearview mirror, its windows dark and uninviting. I thought about my app, the lines of code I'd saved, the dream I'd fought for despite their doubts. I wasn't just leaving a house, I was choosing myself. For the first time in years, I felt free, like I could breathe. My future was mine, not theirs, and I'd build it on my terms, no matter what it took. Brooke's spare room became my new base for coding late into the night. Her tiny apartment in Eugene, Oregon was cramped, but warm, with mismatched furniture and walls covered in her graphic design sketches. I set up a folding table for my laptop, the hum of the machine my only company as I rebuilt what my family had tried to destroy. The first week was a blur of settling in, unpacking my duffel bag, buying a cheap air mattress, and adjusting to the rhythm of a life I controlled. Brooke didn't ask for rent, just a promise to split takeout costs and keep the place tidy. Her trust in me felt like a lifeline, a reminder that someone saw my potential. I kept my job at the bean counter, pulling double shifts to cover expenses. The cafe was my anchor, its bustle of customers and hiss of espresso machines grounding me. There, I met Connor Reed, a barista who doubled as a freelance coder. He was 27, with a quiet intensity and a knack for debugging that rivaled my own. During a slow afternoon, we got talking about tech over a stack of dirty mugs. "You're working on a fintech app?" he asked, raising an eyebrow when I mentioned my project. "That's bold. Most people here just dream about it." I showed him a demo on my phone, and his eyes lit up. "This could be huge," he said. "Mind if I take a look at the code?" That conversation sparked a partnership. Connor and I started meeting after hours, crowding around my laptop in Brooke's living room. Our app, now called Budget Blocks, was designed to help people like us, young, broke, and overwhelmed, manage money with simple, intuitive tools. Connor brought ideas for machine learning integration, suggesting we add predictive budgeting features based on user spending patterns. We split the work. I focused on the core algorithms while he refined the back-end and user interface. Most nights we coded until dawn, fueled by energy drinks and Brooke's leftover pizza. Her encouragement kept us going. She'd peek in, offer feedback on the app's design, and call us nerds with a grin. To make budget blocks viable, I knew I needed more than coding skills. I enrolled in an online financial management course, squeezing lessons into my breaks at the cafe. The irony wasn't lost on me studying finance after dropping out of a finance degree, but this time it was on my terms. I learned about cash flow investments and budgeting frameworks, applying them to our app's features. Connor pushed me to improve my coding too, recommending advanced Python libraries and cleaner ways to structure my scripts. Slowly, I felt my confidence grow. I wasn't just a dropout anymore. I was a developer with a vision, building something that could change lives. 3 months in, we had a working prototype. Connor pitched it to a local tech meetup, and I presented alongside him, my nerves jangling but my voice steady. The feedback was electric. Entrepreneurs and developers loved the app's simplicity and AI-driven insights. One attendee, a scout from Cascade Tech, a Portland-based startup accelerator, asked for a private demo. We spent weeks polishing budget blocks, fixing bugs, and practicing our pitch. When we met the Cascade Tech team, I laid out our vision: an app that empowered anyone to take control of their finances, no matter their background. Connor backed me up, walking them through the technical specs. They were impressed, but I wasn't prepared for what came next. 2 weeks later, an email landed in my inbox. Cascade Tech offered us a contract, $5 million, to license budget blocks for their platform, with potential for more if it scaled. I stared at the number, my heart racing. This wasn't just money, it was validation, proof that my dream wasn't delusional. Connor and I met at the cafe to review the contract, our hands shaking as we read the terms. We'd split the money evenly, but more than that, we'd built something real together. That night in Brooke's spare room, I signed the contract digitally, my signature, a quiet declaration of victory. As the confirmation email pinged, I leaned back, a smile breaking across my face. I'd done it against all odds. I'd turned my code into a future. 6 months later, my phone lit up with Zachary's desperate text. Our app had made headlines in the local paper after Cascade Tech announced their $5 million licensing deal. The article called me Meredith Norris, a rising star in fintech, and I'd saved a clipping, proof of a victory I'd earned on my own. But Zachary's message shattered the calm. We need to talk about the money. Family deserves a share. I stared at the screen, my stomach twisting. They hadn't contacted me since I left, and now they wanted a piece of my success. I opened my laptop and saw a missed call from Tiffany Norris, Zachary's wife. Her voicemail was syrupy, dripping with fake warmth. "Meredith, we're so proud of you," she said, pausing for effect. "But let's be fair. We supported you for years, rent, food, everything. You owe us at least half." Half? I nearly laughed. They'd never believed in my app, never paid a dime for my coding courses or late-night energy drinks. I'd built budget blocks from nothing, scraping by on tips from the bean counter. Their claim was absurd, but it wasn't surprising. This was the same family that had mocked me, deleted my code, and told me I'd never amount to anything. Curious, I checked Facebook, something I'd avoided since their humiliating post about me. Sure enough, Tiffany had been busy. A new post on her profile read, "Some people forget who got them where they are. Family sacrifices everything, and now Meredith thinks she's too good for us." Comments from their friends piled on, calling me ungrateful, selfish, a sellout. My blood boiled. They were spinning a lie, painting themselves as victims to justify their greed. I recognized the tactic twist. The truth rally, support, pressure me into giving in. But I wasn't the same person who'd sat silently at their dinner table. I called Zachary back, my voice steady. "You're not getting anything," I said before he could speak. He sputtered, launching into a rehearsed speech about how Mom and Dad had invested in me by letting me live at home. "You were a freeloader," he said, his tone sharp. "We carried you. That money's partly ours." I cut him off. "You carried me. You ridiculed me. Trashed my work, told everyone I was a failure. I built this on my own. Tiffany jumped in, her voice shrill through the speaker. Don't be so selfish, Meredith. We're family. We deserve our cut. I gripped my phone, their entitlement fueling my resolve. I thought about the years I'd spent under their roof, shrinking under their judgment. Every penny I'd earned, every line of code I'd written, every sleepless night, they had no part in it. You don't get a cent of what I built, I said, my voice cold and final. You don't get to claim my work now that it's worth something. Zachary tried to interrupt, but I kept going. And those lies you're spreading online? They're pathetic. I'm done with your games. I hung up, my heart pounding, but my mind clear. Their words couldn't touch me anymore. I'd fought too hard, built too much to let them drag me back. Sitting in Brooke's apartment, surrounded by my laptop and notes, I felt a surge of strength. I wasn't just protecting my money, I was guarding my independence, my right to define my own story. I blocked their numbers, unfriended them online, and started drafting an email to a lawyer about safeguarding my assets. This wasn't just about saying no. It was about closing the door on a family that had never valued me. I was ready to cut them out for good, to move forward without their shadow. At my new office overlooking Eugene's skyline, I read Zachary's final message. His text was a last-ditch plea sent from a new number. Meredith, let's talk. Family sticks together. I didn't hesitate. I blocked the number, then opened my laptop and unfollowed every Norris family member on social media. Zachary, Tiffany, Mom, Dad. My finger lingered over the screen, but I felt no regret. Cutting them off wasn't just about silence. It was about reclaiming my peace. Their voices, their judgments had no place in the life I'd built. I'd moved out of Brooke's apartment into a small rental near downtown, paid for with my share of the Budget Blocks deal. My days were spent in a sleek office space leased by Cascade Tech, where I worked alongside Connor Reed, refining our app's features. Brooke often dropped by, her design sketches adding flair to our user interface. Their support felt like a chosen family, steady and real, unlike the one I'd left behind. I was no longer the barista scraping by. I was a developer, a partner in a thriving startup, my confidence rooted in hard-won skills. The bean counter was a memory now replaced by meetings with investors and late-night coding sessions with Connor over takeout. Word of my family's behavior had spread through Eugene's tight-knit community. Zachary's law firm lost a major client after whispers of his greed reached their boardroom. A colleague had seen his Facebook posts twisting my success into a family sob story, and it backfired. Clients didn't trust a lawyer who aired dirty laundry online. Tiffany, once a fixture in local high society, found herself snubbed. Her usual invitations to galas and charity events dried up, her friends distancing themselves from her petty rumors. Mom and Dad faced their own fallout. Neighbors in their quiet Eugene suburb gossiped about how they'd driven me away, their disapproval evident in sidelong glances and hushed conversations. The Norris family's reputation, once polished, was now tarnished by their own actions. I sat at my desk, the city lights twinkling below, and thought about the journey that brought me here. Independence wasn't just about money or a new address. It was about setting boundaries, choosing who I let into my world. I'd learned to trust my instincts, to value my work, to live for myself instead of others' expectations. That lesson was hard-earned, carved out of years of doubt and dismissal. But it was worth it. Every line of code, every sleepless night had built not just an app, but a life I was proud of. I wanted others to know it was possible to break free, to stand firm, to find freedom in being true to who you are. Zachary's message had come with an email from Mom, forwarded by a mutual acquaintance since I'd blocked her. It was a long, guilt-laden note begging me to reconsider, to heal the family. I read it once, then deleted it. I called Brooke and Connor to the office, needing their clarity. "They're trying again," I said, showing them the text. Brooke shook her head. "They don't get it, do they?" Connor leaned back, his voice calm. "You don't owe them anything, Meredith." I nodded, their words grounding me. I typed a final reply to Zachary, my fingers steady. This is my life, not yours. I sent it, then blocked the new number, closing the door for good. As I looked out at Eugene's skyline, a smile spread across my face. I was free not just from them, but for myself.
Boyfriend forgot our date plans and turned off his phone to have dinner with his ex-girlfriend, then admitted he slept with her when I confronted him. So when I dumped him, he crashed my brother's wedding. Me, 25F, and my boyfriend, 28M, have been together for 5 months. His ex and he were together on/off for 3 years, and they broke up officially around this time last year. I'm still friends with one of my exes, so I didn't really think anything of it when he told me he was still friends with one of his. They don't hang out alone, they only hang out with their close-knit group of friends. I've met them all and they're really nice people. I've never had any reason to doubt anything he's told me. He has been cheated on by this particular ex, and it really shook him up, otherwise they'd probably still be together, so I don't think he would ever cheat on me or anyone else. He's just not coded that way. That said, he and I were supposed to hang out last night after work, but I couldn't get a hold of him. His phone was either turned off or the battery was dead. Either way, my night was put on hold for hours until I finally decided to just eat out by myself. I was already dressed and ready to go, so I just left, grabbed some pho by myself and came home to find 0 texts/calls from him. I left my phone at home by accident. He didn't get back to me, nor did he stop by the apartment, according to my roommate. On a whim, I popped onto IG to see what he was doing, if he had posted anything that day. I was partially worried that something bad had happened to him, and partially suspicious. I've never had any reason to feel suspicious of him before. As I scrolled through IG, however, I noticed that his ex had posted something. For whatever reason, I follow her and she follows me. The photo was taken at his favorite restaurant. She took a photo of her dessert, and you can clearly see him in the background, seated across from her, his elbows on the table. She made the post hours before he and I were supposed to hang out. And in the image description she mentions having a movie night with him. One of their friends, whom I've grown close to, commented on the photo with a question mark. There was no reply. I was kind of numb at that point. I wasn't sure what any of it meant, but I knew he was doing something he shouldn't have been, and that he had blown me off in the process. Again, this was completely unlike him. It could have been that he had simply forgotten our plans. We organized it a week prior, which is long enough to forget. That said, I'm his girlfriend. He should remember. He should at least make sure he's reachable. I went to bed last night feeling sick with worry, and then when I woke up this morning, I found 5 texts from him saying the following. Hey, I'm so sorry. I forgot we had plans. Kathy and I marathoned Westworld and I fell asleep. My phone died. I'm an idiot. Please forgive me. How about I pick you up tonight and we go to that new sushi place on Main? Just you and I. I love you. I don't really know what to think. He has always made a point to never hang out with her alone. He hasn't made any promises to me in any explicit words, but when he and I first got together, he told me things between him and Kathy were completely finished, and that he had no desire to hang out with her alone anymore. He said the only reason they still occasionally see each other is because they're part of the same social circle. It's the same with my ex and I, except I've never hung out with him one-on-one post-breakup, and I don't plan on it. I replied back asking if anything happened between them, and he said, no, of course not. I would never do that to you. But he would make himself unavailable for hours without even thinking to say hi to me all day? Our plans were for 8 o'clock. Unless he's had a rough day at work, he usually stays up much later than that, except he didn't have work yesterday, so I don't understand how he would magically fall asleep so early in the night. I trust him, but at the same time, I feel betrayed. Comments where Op has replied. Comment 1. Yeah, I don't believe a word of his explanation. He has no desire to hang out with her alone anymore, and yet that's exactly what he did. He went on a date with his ex and slept over at her place. Unacceptable. Oop, exactly. Comment 2. What do you think you're going to do? Oop, I'm meeting up with him right now. I just want to talk to him in person and gauge the situation for my own sanity. Right now it looks bad. Unless he has superpowers, I can't see him being able to give me a valid reason as to why this happened. Spending the night with his ex, switching his phone off/leaving it dead, and neglecting to contact me until the next day? No. That's not how relationships work. Comment 3. Kathy left his elbows in the picture on purpose. She knows what's up. Oop, good thing she's petty, or else I'd have never realized where he was or what he was doing. Comment 4. What was his explanation? Oop, he said he genuinely did forget we were supposed to hang out, and that he didn't go into the evening thinking he was going to fuck her, but he did, and then he cried in front of me begging me to forgive him. I promptly gathered my shit and left, blocking and deleting him from my phone in the process. It took a good hour for me to pull the truth out of him. Comment 5. Shame on him for wasting an hour more of your time to pull it out of him. Glad you got the truth though. You may be feeling numb right now, don't be surprised if the feelings catch up with you later. I am glad you are home safe with comfort food and reality TV. I hope you can get some rest. Depending on how much you cared, the next few days will be the hardest. Remember to stay hydrated. Oop, thanks. This is the first time someone has ever cheated on me, to my knowledge, so I'm kind of numb at the moment, but you're right, the feelings will catch up with me later. Probably when I have to go to my brother's wedding alone this Saturday. Yikes. Update. Okay, I did not think I would be posting an update on this situation, but so much has happened since I posted the original. For those of you who didn't read my mini update in the comments of the first thread, my ex-boyfriend did in fact cheat on me with Kathy, his ex-girlfriend, and I did in fact break up with him. For a few days he left me alone. Then last weekend on the day of my brother's wedding, my ex decided it was wise to crash the reception. He showed up in a full suit, made nice with some extended family of mine that he knew, and then sought me out as I slipped away to use the bathroom. You won't believe how shocked/unsettled I was to see him there. As some of you may know, I blocked and deleted him from everything when I broke up with him, so I guess he showed up as a last-ditch effort? Why he thought it was a good idea to crash my brother's wedding, I have no clue. Regardless, I immediately told him he had to leave or I would tell the groomsmen to escort his ass out. He didn't seem fazed. He just grabbed me by the arms and said very clearly, "I can't survive without you, up." Looking me in the eyes and holding onto me so tight, it hurt. In that moment I went from unsettled to flat out scared. I told him I had nothing to say to him, and that he needed help, but he acted as if he couldn't hear me. He just held tighter, leaned in really close as if he was going to kiss me, and then when I turned my head away he broke down and started crying. Full on sobbing in the middle of the hallway. One of the groomsmen came around just in time, recognized my ex, assessed the situation, and then peeled him off of me. He didn't call the police. He just said this to my ex: "Listen, man, I've been there. But you can't do shit like this. You gotta go home." For whatever reason my ex listened. A couple of minutes later he left in a cab and I explained what happened to the groomsmen in further detail. We decided we would tell my brother after as to not ruin his and his wife's special day. It was a small town venue so there was no security there. But I trusted that my ex wouldn't come back. Fast forward to last night. A week later. I was sitting at home talking to my roommate, and all of a sudden I got a call from an unknown number. I didn't answer it the first time, but the second time I did. It wasn't him. It was actually his ex. The girl he had cheated on me with. Kathy. Apparently after I broke up with him they got back together and she was calling me to confirm that he had crashed my brother's wedding. I told her truth, and then I politely asked her not to contact me again because I want no involvement in their relationship. She popped off on me saying, "You're a stupid fucking S. Why would you get so pissed at him for cheating on you, and then cheat with him when he's with someone else? You dumb bee." It was a whole lot of that and a whole lot of screaming. I have no idea what he told her, but nothing happened between us at the wedding. He tried to kiss me, I didn't accept it and then he got kicked out. I said as much, and then I hung up. And now people are saying she's pregnant with his kid. I don't know. It's a whole bunch of crazy, and I'm glad I don't have to deal with it anymore. The fact that he had me convinced he was a decent person for 5 straight months is embarrassing. Obviously he's in a bad place right now. I've been there, as I'm sure we all have, so I can empathize with him in this strange way, but this is too much. I'm going to get tested very soon just in case, and then hopefully I can put this relationship behind me. Comments where Op has replied, when asked about the groomsman who saved her, "Oop, he's single, and we may or may not have danced together most of the night. Before and after my ex crashed the party lol. That said, I'm not looking at the moment. Let's just say I need a breather." Comment, well, breaks can be the best, but as my mother always told me, don't throw away something if it tries to organically grow. I mean, you're making the right move not jumping into anything, but don't work against it, either. Oop, true. He asked if I want to grab brunch next Sunday. My roommate thinks I should get my head out of my ass and go. I want to, I really do, but I've only been single for a week and a half lol. I was going to give it a few months at least. Oh, well. Next story, had an affair with my coworker who died from an allergic reaction after I refused to take her to the hospital, because my wife was expecting me home, but then her brother exposed our messages to HR. I, 35M, have been married to Lisa, 28F, for 3 years, together 7. A year ago, I fell deeply in love with Amy, 24F, and had been planning to end my marriage for her. I know it's terrible and not what my wife deserves, but we were the real thing. 2 weeks ago, she had an allergic reaction when we were getting food after work, but she used her EpiPen and seemed mostly okay afterwards. She usually gets checked at the hospital after a reaction, but I asked if I could take her home and she could get her friend to drive her there because my wife was expecting me back. All I know is that she had a secondary reaction that evening and died. I didn't even find out about it until the following Monday, through a work email. It has been eating me up ever since, and I will never forgive myself for not sacrificing an hour of my time to possibly save her. I sent some childish messages to Amy when I didn't hear from her over the weekend because I thought she was angry I didn't take her to the hospital. I am thankful she never saw them and ashamed that I assumed the worst. Our relationship was great and the highs far outweighed the lows, but I have always hated being ignored and I lose my cool when it happens. It is not a regular occurrence and I would have more than made it up to her. Yesterday at work, HR and legal were in the CEO's office all day and my manager ended up canceling our project meeting because he was with them all afternoon. I was on edge, but an affair isn't exactly a corporate crisis and I thought something would have already happened if anyone knew. I am now 99% certain it was about me. A few hours ago I received a message from Amy's phone which said, "This is Amy's brother, Tom. I want you to know it was me." I tried to call but it went straight to voicemail, and none of my messages have been delivered. I tried to call my manager more times than I should have and he sent a message saying, "Please don't contact me until Monday morning. I can't discuss anything with you right now." So it looks like my universe is going to collapse. I am going to be fired and my wife will definitely find out why. All I can do is hope that Amy's brother only showed them the messages from that weekend, and they were bad enough. I have no family except my wife and daughter and nowhere to go. All of my friends are either people I've met through my wife, or my colleagues. On Monday, everything I've spent over a decade working towards disappears. I can't stop it. I can't talk to anyone about it. So here I am. I know cheaters are the devil, so I'm not expecting sympathy, but this is making my chest hurt and I need to get it out there. Update 1. I have been consistently harassed for an update since posting, so please take it, gloat because you're such wonderful people in comparison, then stop following me around Reddit. I am suffering in the wake of my infidelity and unprofessional behavior as I knew I would. I understand that it is an appropriate outcome and I am taking full accountability. I was suspended from work on Monday, and I'll probably be fired sooner than I thought. I'd hoped to be able to save money as HR built their case, but it looks like Amy's brother basically performed the entire investigation for them. After an excruciating 3-hour run-through of everything they had, I spoke to the founder, and he recommended the solicitor I am now using. The issue is that the company has to come down hard to protect themselves, because even though Amy's family doesn't have much chance of a claim, any suggestion of a cover-up could cause damage regardless. The founder still thinks my offer to pay them back will keep it out of court, and some more information has come to light, so it's not certain I won't be prosecuted, but I'm quietly hopeful. I can't afford to keep the solicitor if this goes much further, especially with a divorce on the horizon. Things are not good with my wife. I'm still committed to making this as easy as possible for her, but I had to draw a line when it came to my daughter. When I got home from being unceremoniously escorted out of my office, she already had a bag packed for me. She wouldn't let me wait at the house until my daughter was back, she wouldn't let me check I had everything I needed, she wouldn't let me take the car, and she didn't care that I had nowhere to go. I spent 2 nights in a hotel then went back when she refused to let me see my little girl. She tried to stop me, but we own the house jointly and it was my only option. My wife has family she could stay with, but she won't leave our daughter here and she's absolutely not taking her, so we're at a stalemate right now. I'm keeping out of her way as best I can, which I appreciate is the least I can do. The Amy situation is quite difficult to talk about, and a lot hasn't sunk in yet. It turns out that she didn't love me as much as I loved her, if at all. Her brother sent me images of her talking to her friends about me, and it's hard to believe they came from the person I loved, but they are real. Sorry to those who were heavily invested in me being a predatory abuser, but she and her friends had a good laugh about her manipulating me for money and a promotion. The role came with a big pay rise, and it looks like her plan was to treat it as free cash, then go work with one of her friends when it fell through. She knew I'd come under scrutiny whenever she messed up and assumed I'd keep stepping in to save her. She was right. Obviously I am completely humiliated. I was planning to give up everything to build a life with her, and she was treating me like a joke the whole time. My feelings are complicated, so please don't feel entitled to any expansion on this, but I no longer feel guilt over her death. Reddit acted like I kept her hostage whilst she begged for help. What actually happened was that I asked if she could ask her friend to take her to the hospital because I had to go home. She said that was fine because she needed to get some clothes back from her anyway, and I dropped her off as normal. Ultimately, she was an adult who had a better understanding of her medical needs than I did. I still don't know what happened between us saying goodbye and her death, but whatever it was, it had nothing to do with me. I'm sorry for her family's loss, but I bear no responsibility for her passing. After Amy's messages to her friends were passed around, a few people quietly reached out with words of support. I assumed everyone would write me off like Reddit did, as an abuser and predator. Now it's clear that Amy was using me. They see me as a fool who had then lost it all. It's beyond humiliating, but I have learned I'd rather be pitied than despised, and it improves my legal position with work. They're small mercies, but I'll take what I can get. I remain filled with regret, and I will have learned many lessons by the time I get through this. I may have been deceived, but I am a grown man who made my choices, and I take full responsibility for them. Update 2. I'm in the comments, because I worked at the same company as this guy, and in the same department as his affair partner, who died under very sad circumstances. You can read all about it from his perspective, conveniently. I only joined Reddit quite recently, but I was aware of the post a few weeks after it was made because it was passed around the office and gave us all a ton of information which made a lot of things suddenly make sense. We were all extremely invested at the time, and weirdly, the story you all saw set off a series of events which basically led to an entire division of the company quitting. I've seen it repeated on a few of those Reddit read-through accounts, and a few people in the comments of the post I saw earlier today seemed interested. So because the company didn't think to get me to sign any additional confidentiality agreements when I left, an equally dramatic, but also closely related story, I figured I'd spend a Friday night drinking wine and spilling tea if anyone wants some. One thing I do need to mention is that the original op has a brain injury he didn't disclose in his posts. I can't speculate too much on that, and I'm not saying it makes his actions forgivable, but it would be crazy to pretend it's not a factor. He lives independently, but from what I'm aware, his brother helps him a lot. Comments where Op has replied. Comment 1. Did it end up going to court? Op. No. They all used to abuse their expenses and they knew he could bury everyone if it ever saw the inside of a courtroom. He claimed to be running out of money in his last post, but it was common knowledge he got a huge payout after his accident. A sign wasn't properly mounted on a shop front and it fell on him when he was walking past, so he could have easily afforded to take it all the way. I imagine the first question would have been why they gave someone with brain damage a company card with no restrictions and no written policy on what they could and couldn't use it for. Comment 2. Any chance he could have spent the payout all on Amy or on drugs? I mean, I guess there's a good chance his wife would have noticed, but he obviously hadn't been thinking clearly for a long time. Op. Definitely not drugs. He drank in moderation but was pretty judgmental about anything else. Amy. Absolutely. He spent thousands and thousands on her. She would link him to things over and over again until he bought them for her. The HR guys were disgusted when they got the phone back and saw all the messages. I haven't seen the messages myself, but they said enough to confirm it was extremely predatory. Comment 3. I know you shared he has a TBI that influenced his thinking. Was it as wildly apparent and handicapping to his professional life as it was his personal? He seems easily manipulated if you fed his ego the most minimal scraps. Op. It was really weird. And I can't think of a better way to put it than really fucking weird. I'm an engineer by trade, and he could ask a million extremely complex questions about the technology I was working on, and pose reasonable follow-ups based on my answers, which required a ton of domain knowledge, not immediately after the accident, but certainly within a year. He could also, within minutes of making a super insightful point which totally changed the direction of my week, fall apart because his sandwich had too much mayo. I don't know if you've ever seen the expressions of a child superimposed on an adult's face, but it's unsettling in a way that sticks with you. I personally couldn't, in good conscience, treat him like an adult full time. He was fine maybe 80% of the time, but when he slipped, it was like interacting with an 8-year-old in an adult's body. He wouldn't say much when he got confused, but his face would totally change. I don't know him well, but I am not convinced he could properly consent to a sexual relationship.
When did you stop trusting the fun parent? My daughter and her best friend are besties for life. One time I asked my daughter, Maggie 8, if she wanted to get married, and she said, "Mommy, I'm already married." To Stacy, Greg, Stacy's dad, was the fun parent who built blanket forts until midnight and made pancakes shaped like their initials. Maggie literally counted down days until her next sleepover there. But then the next invitation came and Maggie said she was too tired, which seemed odd for a kid who never stopped moving. The following week, I found Stacy's mom's invite about Saturday's sleepover crumpled in Maggie's backpack, hidden under her library books. When I asked about it, she mumbled something about forgetting and wouldn't look at me. That same day, I found a camera in her bag, one of those expensive digital ones, and when I asked where it came from, she froze. "It's for a class project, Mom." "For what class?" "I don't know, just leave me alone," she screamed. It was the first time she had ever raised her voice. In weeks, Maggie went from my little tomboy who lived in dinosaur shirts and thought brushing her hair was optional to suddenly begging for pedicures, asking if she was pretty enough, obsessing over scented lotions at Target. She stood in front of the mirror for 20 minutes one morning just staring at herself. And when I asked what she was doing, she said, making sure I look right. She was 8. When Stacy's mom called about the upcoming sleepover that Friday, Maggie overheard and started crying so hard she couldn't breathe, just ran to her room and slammed the door. The next Monday at school, pickup changed everything. Greg waved from across the parking lot like always, calling out, "Hey, Maggie!" And my daughter grabbed my hand so tight her nails dug in, hiding her whole body behind me. Her entire body was shaking. In the car, she kept checking the mirrors to make sure his car wasn't behind us. She wouldn't wear her favorite dinosaur shirt anymore, the one she'd worn twice a week for months, saying she needed to look grown up because she was almost an adult. I also noticed she suddenly had money, random dollars in her piggy bank she couldn't explain. "I found it," she'd say. But none of it made sense because an 8-year-old doesn't just find $50. When my husband and I gently asked if Mr. Greg had done something, she shook her head so violently I thought she'd hurt her neck. She just kept saying, "No, no, 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 no," over and over. More things kept appearing in her room. A magnifying mirror I'd never bought, concealer from a brand I don't even use, so much nail polish she could open a salon, and these homemade friendship bracelets but weird ones with beads that spelled out words like pretty and better. She started weighing herself every morning on our bathroom scale, asking if she looked fat, sucking in her little belly. One day I tried to look at the photos on that camera. Maggie grabbed it and threw it against the wall so hard it shattered, screaming, "Those are private!" We talked to Stacy's parents and they were devastated. Greg kept saying, "I don't understand. We were buddies. We built that rocket ship out of cardboard last month." But Maggie was specifically terrified of him. Not Stacy's mom, not Stacy, just Greg. One day I found her crying in the middle of her bedroom, having a breakdown about how she got a blister on her foot from new shoes. None of it made sense. Until one day, when I stayed up with my ear against my daughter's door. I didn't know what I was looking for, but then I heard the click of a camera. I immediately barged in. "Mommy, I'm sorry, please don't be mad." Bile rose in my throat. My 8-year-old daughter was sitting on the floor, taking perfectly posed pictures of her feet. I immediately ran over and pulled her into a tight hug while she cried into my chest. "Greg told me you and Daddy needed money. He said that this would help. I'm sorry for being mean, Mommy. I just didn't want to be ugly anymore." My heart broke in two, and that's when she finally handed me the camera. It was a new one. What I saw when I flicked through the photos was worse than anything I could have imagined, and I was going to rip Greg apart with my bare hands. My hands were shaking, so bad I could barely hold onto the camera while Maggie's whole body shook against mine. The photos showed her feet in different poses, painted toenails, ankles turned just so, exactly like the ads you see online, but these were of my 8-year-old daughter. My husband burst through the door and took one look at my face before I mouthed the words, "Call 911," over Maggie's head while she sobbed into my shirt. He grabbed his phone and stepped into the hallway while I held Maggie tighter, feeling her small body trembling against me. The 911 operator transferred him to some special hotline for child abuse, and I could hear him explaining what we'd found while Maggie kept saying she was sorry over and over. They told him not to contact Greg or alert him in any way because it could mess up the investigation, and we needed to keep all the evidence safe. My husband came back and gently pulled Maggie away from me, telling her they were going to make hot chocolate with extra marshmallows. She went with him, but kept looking back at me like she was scared I'd disappear. I grabbed a paper bag from the kitchen drawer and carefully put the camera inside without touching it too much, my hands still shaking so hard I could barely write the date and time on the outside. The broken pieces of the first camera were still in a box in my closet, so I got those too and put them in another bag. 2 hours felt like forever, but finally a woman showed up at our door with a police officer behind her. Deborah Carpenter had kind eyes and a soft voice when she introduced herself as someone who helps kids in situations like this. Detective Jonah Dobson was tall and serious-looking, but he smiled at Maggie when she peeked around the corner from the living room. Deborah asked if she could talk to Maggie in her room where she'd feel safe and comfortable. I watched from the doorway as Deborah sat on the floor with Maggie and pulled out some dolls from her bag. She let Maggie play with them while asking really gentle questions about Greg and what kinds of games they played. Maggie's voice was so small when she said, "Greg said it was our secret game," that I had to grip the doorframe to keep from running in there. Detective Dobson started taking pictures of Maggie's room, focusing on all the nail polish bottles lined up on her dresser. He put on gloves and carefully bagged each item, the mirrors, the makeup, those weird friendship bracelets with words on them. He explained something about chain of custody and how this would help prove what happened to Maggie. That first night was the worst because Maggie wouldn't let go of either of us. She slept right between my husband and me, waking up every hour crying and checking that we were still there. She kept whispering, "Don't let Greg come," and we promised her over and over that he couldn't hurt her anymore. The next morning, Deborah came back with a folder full of information about something called the Child Advocacy Center. She explained it was a special place designed just for kids where Maggie could do an interview that would be recorded so she wouldn't have to tell her story multiple times. The building had toys and comfortable rooms, not like a police station at all. I called the school while my husband made Maggie breakfast and told them we had a safety concern about pickup. The principal didn't ask questions, just said they'd put new procedures in place right away, and Greg's name would be flagged in their system. My husband called his boss and arranged to work from home for the next few weeks so one of us could always be with Maggie. We made new rules like keeping the bathroom door cracked open during bath time and making sure all electronics stayed in the living room where we could see them. Maggie followed me everywhere, even just to get a glass of water from the kitchen. We set up a little nest of blankets on the floor of our bedroom where she could sleep if she got scared. The pediatrician they sent us to was really gentle when examining Maggie, checking for any physical signs while a nurse held her hand. Maggie kept asking if the doctor thought she was pretty, which made my chest hurt all over again. Detective Dobson called to say their tech people were working on recovering deleted photos from both cameras. He said what they'd found already was enough to arrest Greg, but they wanted to build the strongest case possible. We had to buy new clothes for Maggie because she wouldn't wear anything Greg had seen her in. She picked out dinosaur shirts again at Target and for the first time in months didn't ask to look at the nail polish. Every night she'd wake up scared and crawl between us, clutching her stuffed elephant so tight its fur was matting. We stopped using cameras completely. Even our phones stayed face down so she wouldn't see the camera lens. The next morning, Stacy's mom called while I was making Maggie breakfast, asking why she hadn't seen us in weeks. My throat closed up as I tried to find words that wouldn't destroy her world. Deborah had told us to say only that there was an ongoing investigation involving the girls. I heard confusion in her voice when she asked if everything was okay between the kids. My stomach turned as I repeated what Deborah said while watching Maggie push cereal around her bowl. 3 days crawled by before our appointment at the Child Advocacy Center arrived. The building looked more like a daycare than anything official, painted in bright colors with a playground visible through the windows. Maggie's hand stayed locked in mine as we walked through the front door into a lobby full of toys and books. A woman with dark hair and kind eyes walked over and knelt down to Maggie's level. She introduced herself as Nora Santiago and asked Maggie about the stuffed elephant she was carrying. Nora led us to a room that looked like someone's living room with soft couches and more toys scattered around. She explained that she and Maggie would talk in a special room while my husband and I waited here. Maggie looked back at us 3 times before following Nora down a hallway covered in kids' artwork. My husband and I sat on a couch facing a big fish tank, watching yellow and blue fish swim in circles. Neither of us could focus on the magazines on the coffee table or the TV playing cartoons quietly in the corner. Every few minutes, one of us would check the clock on the wall, then go back to watching the fish. An hour dragged by before Nora came back without Maggie, who was still playing with toys in the other room. She sat across from us and explained she couldn't share details to protect the investigation's integrity. But she confirmed Maggie had disclosed concerning behaviors and everything was recorded for court purposes. This meant Maggie wouldn't have to tell her story over and over to different people. Detective Dobson met us in the parking lot afterward to collect the broken camera pieces I'd been keeping in a shoebox. He put on gloves and carefully transferred each piece into an evidence bag, while explaining their tech team was really good. They might recover deleted images that could show when everything started, and help build a stronger case. That evening, my phone buzzed with a text from Greg asking if Maggie wanted to come to Stacy's birthday party next weekend. My hands shook as I showed it to my husband, who immediately took a screenshot and forwarded it to Detective Dobson. I wanted to throw my phone against the wall and scream at Greg to never contact us again. Instead, I deleted the message without responding while my husband held me as I shook with rage. The next morning, we went back to the Child Advocacy Center for Maggie's medical exam. The pediatrician was a woman with gray hair who spoke softly and moved slowly, so Maggie could see everything she was doing. A nurse held Maggie's hand while the doctor checked her over, looking for any physical signs that something bad had happened. Maggie kept asking if the doctor thought she was pretty, if she looked okay, if she was doing good. Each question broke my heart into smaller pieces as I realized how deep Greg's manipulation had gone. After the exam, Nora sat with us in that same comfortable room and explained what she'd learned about grooming tactics. The friendship bracelets with words like pretty and better were classic ways predators make kids feel special and grown up. All the beauty products and mirrors were meant to make Maggie focus on her appearance and feel like she needed to look a certain way. The money was payment, but also a way to make her feel like she was doing something important for her family. 2 days later, Detective Dobson called while Maggie was at her therapy appointment with the play therapist. He said they'd gotten a judge to sign a search warrant for Greg's house and all his electronic devices. The police would execute it that afternoon, and Stacy's family would find out about the investigation. He warned us to prepare for contact from them once they realized what was happening. Sure enough, my phone rang at 3 o'clock with Stacy's mom's number on the screen. Her voice was broken and sobbing as she told me police were searching her house and had taken Greg to the station. She kept saying there had to be some mistake, that Greg would never hurt anyone, especially not Maggie, who he loved like his own daughter. But I heard the crack in her voice when she said it, the doubt already creeping in. I told her I couldn't talk about it because of the investigation, and hung up while she was still crying. My hands wouldn't stop shaking for the rest of the day, as I kept checking the locks on our doors and windows. 3 days later, we drove to Maggie's first therapy appointment at a building with cartoon animals painted on the windows. The therapist had curly red hair and sat on the floor with Maggie while I watched from a chair in the corner. She brought out a big box of wooden blocks and asked Maggie if she wanted to build something. Maggie started stacking blocks really high, making this tall wall that went almost to her chin. Then she found a tiny plastic doll in the toy box and put it behind the wall she'd built. "She needs to hide from the bad cameraman," Maggie said, and the therapist just nodded and wrote something in her notebook. They played for an hour while I sat there trying not to cry, watching my daughter act out her fear through toys. Requested Reds is on Spotify now. Check out link in the description or comments. When we got home that afternoon, Detective Dobson called with news about the cameras. The tech people had managed to get pictures off both cameras, even the broken one Maggie had thrown at the wall. He said they found images going back 3 whole months, hundreds of them stored on memory cards. The evidence was enough to file criminal charges, but he warned us the legal stuff would take forever, maybe a year or more before any trial. My stomach dropped hearing it would drag on that long, but at least they had proof of what Greg did. 2 days after that, we had to go to a parent education thing at the Child Advocacy Center. There were 6 other parents in the room, and we all sat in a circle while a counselor talked about how kids react to trauma. She explained that kids might wet the bed again, or have bad dreams, or get really clingy or angry for no reason. One mom started crying when the counselor talked about kids blaming themselves, and I realized we weren't the only family going through this nightmare. It helped a little knowing other parents were dealing with the same awful stuff. The counselor gave us handouts about warning signs and coping strategies, and told us to be patient because healing takes time. That weekend, we got terrible news that made me want to punch something. Greg had posted bail after his arrest and was out walking around free. There was a restraining order saying he couldn't come near Maggie or our house or her school, had to stay at least 500 feet away. But that didn't feel like enough, so I went to the electronics store and bought security cameras for our house. My husband installed them on every door and window while I downloaded the app on my phone. I checked that app probably 50 times a day, every time I heard a car drive by or the doorbell rang. Maggie started having these awful nightmares where she'd wake up screaming about cameras watching her. She'd run into our room crying that the cameras could see her through the walls. We realized having phones and tablets around was making it worse, so we gathered them all up every night. Maggie helped me lock them in a drawer in the kitchen, and she got to keep the key under her pillow. It was a small thing, but it helped her feel like she had some control over the cameras in our house. About 2 weeks after Maggie told the people at the Advocacy Center what happened, Detective Dobson called with more news. Another family had come forward about their daughter acting weird after going to Greg's house for playdates. Their kid was only 6 and had started having accidents and crying when they tried to take pictures for the school yearbook. The detective said the investigation was getting bigger, and they were looking at whether Greg hurt other kids too. Part of me felt sick that there might be more victims, but another part felt relieved that people would believe us now. A few days later, Deborah called to say Stacy's mom wanted to know if the girls could see each other. She'd moved out of the house with Stacy and was staying with her parents across town. The mom wanted the girls to have a supervised playdate at the Advocacy Center where it would be safe. When I asked Maggie if she wanted to see Stacy, she got really quiet and picked at her fingernails. "What if she's mad at me for telling on her dad?" she asked. I told her Stacy wasn't mad and missed her friend, but Maggie still seemed scared. We decided to try it anyway because the therapist thought it might help both girls. The playdate happened the next week in a special room at the Advocacy Center with toys and art supplies. Deborah was there, and so was a therapist, both sitting in chairs while the girls sat at a little table. At first, neither girl said anything. They just colored on big pieces of paper with markers. Then Stacy said really quietly, "My daddy went away," and Maggie looked up at her. "He was bad to me," Maggie said back, and Stacy just nodded and they kept coloring together. They didn't play like they used to, no giggling or making up games, just quiet coloring side by side. After that, we had to meet with the prosecutor, a man named Chandler Lee who wore a gray suit and had a briefcase full of papers. He explained the charges they were filing against Greg, something about making exploitation material and endangering kids. The words made me feel sick, but I tried to focus on what he was saying about the process. He said Greg could get up to 20 years in prison if convicted, but warned us that these cases usually end in plea deals. Most of the time, the bad guys get way less prison time than they deserve because trials are hard on kid victims. He said we should prepare ourselves for that possibility, even though it wasn't fair. Later that week, my husband found crackers and juice boxes hidden under Maggie's bed when he was tucking her in. There were granola bars in her closet, and fruit snacks stuffed in her dresser drawers. When we asked her about it, she started crying and said she didn't know why she was doing it. The therapist explained it was about control and feeling safe, that kids who've been through trauma sometimes hoard food or other things. We decided not to make a big deal about it and just started leaving healthy snacks in a special basket in her room that she could have whenever she wanted. 2 weeks later, Chandler called my cell while I was making lunch and told me Greg's lawyer wanted to meet about a possible plea deal. The lawyer was saying his client wanted to avoid a trial to spare everyone the trauma. Chandler explained that trials with child victims were really hard on the kids because they had to relive everything. He said we should think about it carefully, but the decision was ultimately ours. My husband and I sat at the kitchen table that night after Maggie went to bed and talked in circles for hours. We wanted Greg to get the maximum punishment, but we also didn't want to put Maggie through more pain. The next afternoon, I went to check on Maggie in her room and found her sitting on the floor surrounded by all her dress-up clothes. She had the safety scissors from her art box and was cutting each dress into tiny pieces. Pink tulle from her princess costume covered the carpet like confetti. She looked up at me with tears running down her face and said she didn't want to be pretty anymore. I sat down next to her and helped her cut up the rest without saying anything. Later, the therapist explained this was Maggie's way of taking control and rejecting what Greg had made her believe she needed to be. She said it was actually a healthy sign that Maggie was processing her feelings. 3 months crawled by with meetings and paperwork and phone calls from lawyers. Then we had to go to the courthouse for something called a pre-trial hearing. My mom came to watch Maggie while we went, but at the last minute, the victim advocate said Maggie could wait in a special room at the courthouse if she wanted to come. Maggie said she wanted to be near us, so we brought her coloring books and snacks. The advocate took her to a room with toys and a TV while we went into the courtroom. That's when I saw Greg for the first time since finding out what he did. He sat at a table with his lawyer wearing a gray suit that looked too big on him. He seemed smaller than I remembered, like he'd shrunk somehow. His hair was thinner and his face looked older. I wanted to scream at him, but I just stared straight ahead. The hearing was mostly the lawyers talking about evidence and timelines and legal stuff I didn't really understand. After about an hour, we went back to get Maggie from the kids' room. She was coloring a picture of butterflies and didn't even look up when we walked in. She had no idea Greg had been just down the hall. The judge made a decision that day that changed everything for us. She approved using Maggie's interview from the Advocacy Center as evidence if the case went to trial. This meant Maggie wouldn't have to sit in court and answer questions from Greg's lawyer. The relief hit me so hard I started crying right there in the hallway. My husband grabbed my hand and squeezed it tight. We wouldn't have to watch our baby girl get interrogated about the worst thing that ever happened to her. A week later, Deborah called with news about Stacy's family. The mom had filed for divorce and moved out of their house to stay with her parents across town. She'd taken Stacy with her and enrolled her in a new school. Deborah read us a letter the mom had written, apologizing for not seeing what was happening. She said she was getting Stacy into therapy and promised to do whatever it took to help her daughter heal. The letter made me cry because I could feel her pain through the words. She was a mom too, and her whole world had exploded just like ours. Around this time, Maggie's school counselor called with something that made my heart feel less heavy. She said Maggie had been spending recess time with younger kids who seemed sad or left out. She'd been sharing her snacks and teaching them how to draw butterflies. The counselor said it showed that despite everything, Maggie's natural kindness was still there. It was the first real sign that the sweet girl we knew before this nightmare was finding her way back. Then Chandler called with news that made me physically sick. The forensic team examining Greg's computers had found evidence that he'd been selling some of the images online. This changed everything because now it became a federal crime. The FBI was joining the investigation, and Chandler explained this was actually good for our case. Federal charges meant Greg would face much more prison time if convicted. The thought of those pictures being out there somewhere made me throw up in the kitchen sink. My husband held my hair back while I sobbed and dry heaved. That night when I went to tuck Maggie in, I couldn't find her in her bed. I checked the bathroom and then heard a small sound from her closet. She'd made a little nest in there with her blanket and pillow. She looked up at me and said the closet felt safer than her bed. Instead of trying to convince her to move back to the bed, we decided to make the closet as cozy as possible. The next day, my husband strung up battery-powered twinkle lights, and I added more pillows and her favorite stuffed animals. We put a little battery lantern in there so she could read. If the closet made her feel safe, then that's where she could sleep. 2 days later, we got a call from a lawyer saying Greg's parents wanted to meet with us. They were offering money, a lot of money, if we would agree to ask the prosecutor for lesser charges. The lawyer said they were prepared to pay for all of Maggie's therapy and medical costs, plus additional compensation. My husband hung up without even discussing it with me. There wasn't enough money in the world to make us help Greg avoid consequences for what he did. We called Chandler right away to tell him about the offer, and he said it showed they knew Greg was guilty. 4 months had passed since that horrible night when I found Maggie with the camera. We'd settled into new routines with therapy twice a week and check-ins with Deborah. Maggie still slept in her closet and still wouldn't wear anything that reminded her of before. But that morning when we were getting ready for therapy, she came out of her room wearing something I hadn't seen in months. It was her dinosaur shirt, the one she used to wear twice a week, the one she'd hidden in the back of her drawer. She looked at me nervously like she was asking permission. I had to turn away so she wouldn't see me crying happy tears for the first time in forever. The therapist saw me wiping my face and gave me a small nod while Maggie settled into the play area with blocks and dolls. That same afternoon, Chandler called about another family coming forward whose 6-year-old daughter had been to play dates at Greg's house and started showing similar signs like asking if she was pretty enough and having unexplained money in her backpack. The mom had found photos on her daughter's tablet that made her call the police immediately, and now they wanted to join our case, which Chandler said would make the prosecution much stronger. We met them at the prosecutor's office 3 days later, and their little girl was even younger than Maggie with the same scared look in her eyes that broke my heart all over again. The mom grabbed my hand in the waiting room, and we both started crying without saying anything because we understood each other's pain without needing words. Detective Dobson pulled us into a conference room the next week with news that made everyone in the room go silent. The forensic team going through Greg's computers had found evidence of 3 more potential victims with photos that matched kids from different states where Greg had traveled for work conferences. The investigation was expanding across state lines now, and the FBI was taking over parts of the case, which meant Greg's bail got revoked immediately, since he was now considered a flight risk with victims in multiple jurisdictions. My husband pumped his fist when we heard Greg was going back to jail, but I just felt sick thinking about how many kids he'd hurt. During therapy that week, something new happened that the therapist had been waiting for. Maggie was playing with toy cars when suddenly she threw one against the wall and screamed that she hated Greg and wanted him to go away forever. She kicked the dollhouse and threw pillows around the room while the therapist calmly watched and told us afterward this was actually good progress because Maggie was finally expressing anger instead of just fear and shame. The therapist explained that moving from being scared to being mad meant Maggie was starting to understand that what happened wasn't her fault, and she had a right to be angry about it. 2 weeks later, Deborah suggested we try a support group for families dealing with child exploitation, and even though I wasn't sure about sharing our story with strangers, we decided to give it a try. The meeting was in a church basement with about 15 other families, and while the parents sat in a circle talking, Maggie played in the next room with other kids who'd been through similar things. One dad talked about finding pictures on his son's phone, and a mom shared how her daughter wouldn't sleep in her own bed anymore, and hearing their stories made me realize we weren't as alone as I'd thought. The group leader gave us resources about trauma therapy and legal advocacy and phone numbers for crisis support, and for the first time in months, I felt like maybe we could get through this. Maggie made friends with a girl named Macy, whose situation was similar, and they colored pictures together while the adults shared coping strategies and warning signs we'd all missed. After the meeting, several parents exchanged numbers, and we started a group text for support during the hard days, which happened more often than the good ones. Then Chandler called with news that made my stomach drop, even though I knew it was coming eventually. Greg's lawyer wanted to meet about a plea deal where Greg would plead guilty to all charges in exchange for 15 years in federal prison, with lifetime registration as a sex offender, and no contact with any minors, including his own daughter, Stacy. Chandler explained that this would mean Maggie wouldn't have to testify or have her recorded interview played in court, which would spare her additional trauma, but it also meant Greg wouldn't face the maximum sentence of 25 years if convicted at trial. My husband wanted Greg to rot in prison forever and spent the whole night pacing around the kitchen arguing that 15 years wasn't enough for what he did to all those kids. I felt the same rage, but I also kept thinking about Maggie having to sit through a trial and hear defense lawyers try to make her look like a liar or say she misunderstood what happened. We stayed up until 3 in the morning going back and forth about what was best for Maggie versus what Greg deserved, and finally decided we'd support whatever Chandler recommended since he'd handled hundreds of these cases. The next day in therapy, Maggie worked on something the therapist had suggested called a body safety poster, where she wrote rules about her body belonging to her, and nobody being allowed to touch her private parts, and no keeping secrets about touching. She decorated it with stickers and markers and hung it on her bedroom wall right next to her dinosaur posters, and seeing her take back some control over her own body made me cry in the hallway where she couldn't see. 5 months had passed since I'd found Maggie with that camera, and she came to us one morning asking if we could get a dog for protection because she still got scared at night when she heard noises outside. We went to the animal shelter that weekend, and Maggie walked past all the puppies and stopped at a cage with a golden retriever who'd been returned twice for being too calm and boring. She sat on the floor, and the dog immediately laid his head in her lap, and she looked up at us and said, "His name was Guard, and could we please take him home?" Guard slept outside Maggie's door every single night and followed her from room to room like he knew his job was keeping her safe. 3 weeks later, Chandler called to say the plea deal was moving forward, and Greg would formally admit guilt in court next Monday, while we could watch from a separate room on closed-circuit TV, so Maggie wouldn't have to see him. We sat in that small room holding hands, while on the screen Greg stood in an orange jumpsuit and said yes, when the judge asked if he'd produced inappropriate images of multiple minor victims for distribution. Hearing him actually admit what he did out loud made it real in a way that all the meetings and therapy sessions hadn't, and I threw up in the courthouse bathroom afterward, while my husband held my hair. The next day, a letter arrived from Stacy's mom saying she was sorry for everything that happened, and that Stacy missed Maggie and didn't understand why they couldn't play together anymore, but she didn't blame Maggie for any of it. Maggie wanted to write back, so she dictated while I typed that she missed Stacy too, but needed more time before they could be friends again, and maybe someday when she felt better they could play at a park with both moms there, but not yet. 3 weeks after that letter, we started family therapy at the place downtown, with the big windows and toys in the waiting room. The therapist had us all sit in a circle on these blue cushions on the floor, and my husband went first, saying he kept having dreams where he found Greg and beat him with a baseball bat. He said it so calmly, like he was talking about the weather, but his hands were shaking. I told them about checking on Maggie 20 times a night, and how I kept replaying every play date trying to figure out what signs I missed. Maggie just played with the sand tray in the corner, making little walls around a tiny plastic girl. The therapist said trauma affects whole families, and we'd work through it together, but I could tell my husband wanted to punch something when she said Greg's name. We went every Tuesday after that and slowly started talking about normal things too, like Maggie's grades and my husband's work stress. 6 months after I found Maggie with that camera, she signed up for the school talent show, which shocked us since she'd been avoiding any attention. She picked this song about being brave and practiced in her room for weeks with guards sitting outside her door. The night of the show, we sat in the front row and watched her walk onto that big stage in her dinosaur shirt and new sparkly shoes. Her voice shook on the first line but then got stronger, and by the end she was belting out the words about standing tall. Nobody in that auditorium mentioned why this mattered so much, but when she finished, the whole place erupted and people stood up clapping for 3 whole minutes. Some parents were crying, and the principal gave her an extra big hug when she came off stage. 2 days later, we got the call from Chandler about Greg's sentencing hearing, and he said we could watch from a separate room again. We dropped Maggie at the school that morning, and she asked to look at butterflies in the garden outside while we went in. The courtroom was packed with other parents and investigators, and Greg stood there in his orange jumpsuit while the judge read through all the charges. The judge called his crimes an unconscionable betrayal of innocence, and said society had a duty to protect children from predators like him. He sentenced Greg to 15 years in federal prison with no chance of early release and lifetime registration as a sex offender. When we picked up Maggie, she was still watching those butterflies and asked if the bad man was going away forever, and we said yes for a very long time. The next week, we got paperwork from the FBI Victim Services saying they'd cover all of Maggie's therapy and medical costs related to what happened. It was such a relief since insurance kept denying claims, saying therapy wasn't medically necessary, even though Maggie still had nightmares most nights. The funding meant we could keep seeing the good therapist who understood trauma, instead of whoever insurance would cover. During one session, Maggie's therapist brought out special paper and markers and suggested she write letters to her younger self. Maggie started writing to the little girl she used to be, telling her it wasn't her fault and she didn't do anything wrong. She drew dinosaurs on one side and butterflies on the other, and the therapist said this showed she was starting to integrate both parts of herself. Every week, she'd add another letter and decorate them with stickers and glitter. 7 months after everything started, Maggie asked if we could go shopping for new clothes, but she wanted to pick them herself this time. We went to Target, and she spent an hour looking at everything, touching different fabrics, and holding shirts up to herself in the mirror. She picked out 3 dinosaur shirts and 2 pairs of sparkly sneakers, and a dress with butterflies on it. At checkout, she said she wanted clothes that felt like her, not like what other people wanted. That same week, we got official notice that the court ordered Greg's house and cars and savings to be sold, to pay restitution to all the victims. The money would go into a trust for Maggie's future education and therapy needs, which meant something good would come from all his evil. The lawyer handling it said there was enough to cover years of treatment plus college someday. Maggie's regular therapist introduced something called EMDR, where she'd follow a light with her eyes while thinking about the bad memories. It sounded weird, but after 3 sessions, her nightmares went from every night to maybe twice a week. She started sleeping in her own bed again instead of on our floor, and guard would lay right beside her bed all night long. One morning, she came to breakfast and said she slept all night without waking up once. Around this time, the other families from the investigation started a private group text, and we'd share updates about our kids. When one mom said her daughter was scared to go back to the school, we all shared what worked for us. Another dad said his son started playing sports again, and that gave us hope. We met for coffee once a month while the kids had group therapy, and it helped knowing we weren't alone in this mess. 8 months after that horrible night with the camera, Maggie came to me asking if she could have a birthday party with kids from the school. She hadn't wanted to be around other kids much except for therapy group, so this was huge. She said she wanted a dinosaur theme, and could we have it at the park with the big playground. We started planning, and she made a list of 10 kids to invite and picked out dinosaur plates and cups. She even wanted to help make the cake and said it should be chocolate with green frosting. The day of the party came faster than I expected, and I spent the morning hanging green streamers while my husband set up tables in the backyard. Maggie helped frost the cake with thick green icing and stuck plastic dinosaurs all around the edges, while guard watched from his spot by the door. Cars started pulling up around 2, and kids ran through our gate carrying wrapped presents and wearing dinosaur shirts, just like Maggie requested on the invitations. She stood by the door for a minute before running out to meet them, and I watched her shoulders relax when they all started talking about the decorations. The kids immediately started a game where they pretended to be different dinosaurs, and Maggie joined right in as a T-Rex, chasing the smaller ones around the yard. Her friend Macy roared so loud the neighbors looked over their fence, and Maggie actually laughed. Not a polite laugh, but that real belly laugh I hadn't heard in so many months. My husband grabbed my hand and squeezed it hard as we both heard that sound fill our backyard like it used to. More kids showed up, and they split into teams for dinosaur battles where they had to act out different prehistoric creatures, while the other team guessed. Maggie was right in the middle of it all, making up silly walks for a brontosaurus and falling over dramatically when the asteroid hit. About an hour into the party, I saw Stacy's mom's car pull up, and my whole body tensed, but Maggie had asked if they could come for just a little bit. Stacy got out holding a small wrapped box and walked slowly toward the backyard, while her mom stayed by the car. The 2 girls looked at each other for a long moment before Maggie walked over, and they hugged quickly and carefully like they might break. Stacy handed her the present and said something I couldn't hear, then went to sit at a different table with some other kids from their class. They played at separate ends of the party, but every once in a while I caught them looking at each other with something that might grow into friendship again someday. Stacy's mom waved at me from the car, and I nodded back, knowing we all needed more time before anything could be normal. After cake and presents, the kids went home sticky and tired, and Maggie collapsed on the couch still wearing her party hat. That night at bedtime, she sat up suddenly and told us she decided what she wanted to be when she grew up. She wanted to be a police officer like Detective Dobson, who helped kids and made them feel safe when bad things happened. We told her she could be anything in the whole world, and for the first time in months, she really seemed to believe us. The next morning, she brought us the poster she'd made in therapy with her body safety rules written in purple marker. She wanted to hang it in the hallway where everyone could see it, so other kids would know the rules too if they visited. We found a frame at Target and hung it right between the family photos while she watched. She asked if she could add one more rule and wrote, "I am brave and I am safe" at the bottom in green marker. She decorated all around it with dinosaur stickers on one side and star stickers on the other, like she was putting both parts of herself together. 2 weeks later, she started 3rd grade, and I was so nervous dropping her off, but her new teacher already knew about the accommodations from the counselor. The first parent-teacher conference, the teacher pulled me aside to tell me Maggie had been helping the shy kids at recess. She'd notice when someone was sitting alone and invite them to play or share her snacks with kids who looked sad. The teacher said it was like Maggie had radar for kids who needed a friend, and I knew it came from her understanding what it felt like to hurt. Our Saturday mornings changed too, because pancakes shaped like initials made her freeze up and stop eating. Instead, we started making them in animal shapes, with Maggie picking which animal each week. She'd stand on her step stool and help pour the batter into shapes like elephants or giraffes or her favorite velociraptors. It gave her control over something small but important, and I watched her confidence grow with each choice she made. One evening while I was doing dishes, Maggie came into the kitchen and asked if bad people ever get better, or if they stay bad forever. My husband and I sat down with her at the table and talked about how some people do bad things and have to face consequences. She thought about it for a while, then said Greg had to stay in timeout for a very, very long time because what he did was very, very bad. It was such a simple way to understand justice, but it made perfect sense for an 8-year-old trying to process something so big. Every night I tucked her into bed with Guard laying right at her feet, keeping watch. She'd wrap her arms around my neck and tell me she loved me bigger than all the dinosaurs that ever lived, even the really huge ones. We weren't completely better, and maybe we never would be exactly like before, but we were moving forward together one day at a time. Each morning was a little easier than the one before, and that had to be enough for now. That's the takeaway from today's story. Hopefully it gives you something useful to tuck in your back pocket. If you want more tips and lessons woven into stories, subscribe so you're always a step ahead.
I am Maya Collins, 30 years old, a freelancer in the creative industry living in Brooklyn, New York. That evening, in the small kitchen of my studio apartment, I had just placed a thin candle on a cheap birthday cake from the corner shop when the phone rang. It was the family lawyer, his voice low and dry, announcing that it was time to read my parents' will. I hadn't even swallowed the lump in my throat from the news that they were truly gone forever when the next words struck me like an icy slap. My younger sister, Savannah Collins, 27, an ambitious PR director, was to inherit the $750,000 mansion in Westchester along with most of the remaining assets. And me? I was left with a rotting wooden cabin somewhere in Alaska with smudged paperwork and unclear coordinates, nothing more than a cruel joke. As I closed the phone, Derek Sloan, my 31-year-old fiancé, a neatly dressed banker, smirked. He spat the words "pathetic loser" right in my face, tossed the engagement ring onto the chipped wooden table, and slammed the door behind him. The impact echoed so loudly that the whole hallway buzzed with whispers, leaving me standing there exposed in humiliation. Trembling, I opened the envelope of the will once more and discovered inside a rusted key, an old copy of a land deed bearing my grandfather Elias Mercer's name in Talkeetna, Alaska, and a thin slip of paper with a short note from my mother. You will know why it had to be you. Have you ever been pushed to the kids' table of your own family, and where are you listening to this story from? Let me know in the comments before we uncover the secret hidden inside the cabin together. I was born into a family that, from the outside, looked perfect, but inside there was an invisible line that divided us sharply. My father, Richard Collins, was a civil engineer, the very image of middle-class America. Up at dawn, black coffee with no sugar, morning paper in hand, and a belief that achievement only mattered if it could be measured in numbers, in concrete poured, in bridges stretching across rivers. My mother, Elaine Mercer Collins, worked as a librarian at the local high school. She was gentle, patient, with the faint scent of old books lingering on the sleeves of her cardigan, but she was also someone who rarely contradicted my father. If he made a decision, she usually stayed silent, sometimes giving a small nod, as if already accustomed to the idea that her convictions were never strong enough to change the wind inside our home. My younger sister, Savannah, had been treated as a treasure from the moment she was born. She was beautiful, bright, and effortlessly social. She was always the prom queen in her friends' eyes, the pride of the school when she won debate competitions, the star cheerleader under the Friday night lights. I still remember those crisp autumn evenings when the whole town gathered at the high school football field. My father sat in the bleachers, shouting himself hoarse to cheer on the team, but, in truth, he was cheering for Savannah, waving her bright flag on the sideline. And me? I sat quietly at the far end of the bench, clutching the draft of an essay my English teacher had called outstanding. I handed it to my mother, hoping she would read it while waiting for the game to begin. But the essay was folded, tucked under a warm pizza box, and soon forgotten. That feeling that no matter how hard I tried, my efforts would never be enough to move anyone haunted me throughout my childhood. I, Maya, was always the one who carried the load. I started working part-time at 16, waiting tables at diners, serving coffee at the corner shop, saving every dollar I could to help cover the cost of books and school supplies. Savannah, on the other hand, was given her first car the moment she was old enough to drive, just so she wouldn't fall behind her friends. When summer came, my sister went to art camp while I flew to Anchorage to stay with my grandfather, Elias Mercer. I helped him fix up his wooden cabin, cooked meals, and listened to the stories he often shared on long afternoons by the Susitna River. He was the only person in the family who made me feel like I wasn't invisible. He would take me on walks along the river, sometimes in the biting cold of Alaska, sometimes under the glow of a fiery sunset, and tell me simple words that etched themselves into my memory. Never underestimate what others dismiss as worthless, Maya. Sometimes that's where the real key lies. As a child, I thought they were just words of comfort. But as I grew older, I began to see that my grandfather carried a belief completely different from my father's. While my father viewed the world through blueprints and calculations, my grandfather saw it through layers of time and patience. That difference made me feel as though I never fully belonged to my parents' world, yet I wasn't strong enough to stand against it either. I remember one moment clearly, in my senior year of high school, when I entered a national essay competition. My paper made it to the finals and was even published in a small academic journal. I came home excited, placing the printed copy on the dinner table. My mother gave me a faint smile, but my father only said, "What's the point of writing? Do you plan to make money off a few pages of paper?" Then he turned to Savannah, asking about her college applications, her choice of communications as a major, and how she intended to build her image properly. I sat there, listening to the clinking of forks and knives against plates, and felt as though my essay was nothing more than a scrap of useless paper. That moment became a scar I would never forget. It taught me that in my parents' eyes, real value only existed when it was flashy, easy to see, and easy to boast about. From then on, I understood why I chose a different path. I didn't measure life in numbers, in large houses, or in shiny new cars. I chose a career in content creation, a job many people call vague, unstable, even frivolous. I wanted to tell stories, to find meaning in small details. But that choice only made me fade further into the shadows of my family. Savannah was the opposite. She knew how to make everything shimmer, from her social media accounts to her polished resume. My parents loved that. They could proudly show off their youngest daughter to their friends, while I was rarely, if ever, mentioned in those conversations. Yet, it was those summers in Alaska, with my grandfather, that planted a different seed in me, the seed of patience, and the belief that sometimes the most broken, overlooked things carried a value no one else could see. I can still picture him leaning on his cane, pointing toward an old wooden canoe lying along the riverbank, half sunk in mud. He said, "Most people would call that junk, Maya. But if you know how to repair it, it could carry you farther than anyone imagines." I laughed then, thinking he was only speaking in riddles. I arrived at the will reading 10 minutes early. The law office was on the 23rd floor of a glass tower in Midtown Manhattan, the kind of cold, gleaming space where every footstep echoed like metal. I sat on a black leather chair by the window, holding a paper cup of water that had already softened from the sweat of my hand. Abstract paintings hung on the walls, expensive in color but void of feeling, making me feel like an unnecessary brushstroke. Savannah walked in right on time, wearing a camel trench coat, her hair in waves, her eyeliner sharp as a declaration. She smiled at the receptionist as if she were stepping onto a red carpet, then glanced at me with an expression halfway between pity and amusement. Behind Savannah came Derek, crisp white shirt without a crease, navy tie, and the cool scent of cologne. He didn't hold my hand. Instead, he gave me a polite nod, the kind meant to smooth things over, as if his role today was to make sure I didn't embarrass myself. The conference room door opened, and the lawyer Mr. Levine, a man in his early 50s with thin-rimmed glasses and a silver fountain pen, invited us to sit. On the table lay a stack of files bound in cream covers embossed with the Collins name. The air was so heavy I could hear the wall clock ticking with every notch. Mr. Levine looked over at us, his voice steady and deliberate. "I'm sorry we meet under these circumstances. We will now proceed with the reading of the will." I clenched my hands, nails digging into my palms without pain. He began to read, the legal language steady and rhythmic, like the hum of a printer. The real estate located in Tarrytown, Westchester County, New York, appraised at $750,000, along with the majority of liquid assets, is hereby transferred to Miss Savannah Collins. A small ah slipped from Savannah's lips, not quite surprise, more like confirmation of something she had already believed. She glanced at me, the corner of her mouth lifting. "The trees in Tarrytown are beautiful. Perfect vibe for me." I swallowed hard. Mr. Levine continued. "The parcel of land and any structures thereon, designated Mercer Lot Hassan 4, situated at the forest edge of Talkeetna, Alaska, along with all related documents, is hereby transferred to Miss Maya Collins." He paused, as if expecting someone to ask for clarification, but no explanation followed. Only the faint scratch of his fountain pen filled the room as he signed off on the reading. I heard Derek let out a quiet laugh, the kind laced with contempt. "Honey, glamping? Or should we just call it what it is, a shack?" Savannah tilted her head, her voice sweet as syrup but edged with steel. "Honestly, this suits you better. Rustic, reclusive, vintage, a little rough around the edges. I think it fits." I muttered, "Thank you," by reflex, the words falling onto the table like a shard of frosted glass. Mr. Levine closed the file and slid a thin manila envelope toward me, a key, a copy of the land deed, and a checklist of procedures to follow after transfer. Stamped on the cover was the old word, Mercer, in faded reddish-brown. I stared at that stamp the way one stares at a bruise just forming on the skin, not sharp pain, only a numbing weight. In that moment, I felt as though I were watching a play in which every role had been assigned long before Savannah the star, Derek the narrator, and me the backdrop. We stood up. In the hallway, where fluorescent lights made everyone look paler than usual, Derek turned to me, his voice low enough that the receptionist couldn't hear but sharp enough that I did. "I told you, Maya, life is about results, not feelings. I can't build a future with someone like this." The words like this hung in the air, heavy enough for me to feel their full shape. He tugged at his sleeve, adjusted his cufflinks, and delivered the final blow. "Pathetic loser." I heard the faint metallic ping of the ring he once wore brushing against the receptionist's desk as he returned his guest badge. The receptionist looked up, startled. I gave her a small smile, an apology for bringing this scene into her quiet afternoon. Savannah leaned against the wall, scrolling her phone, her flawless face caught in the glow of the front camera. She leaned closer, her whisper carrying a hint of mint. "Don't be sad, everyone has their own path. You know, the back-to-nature type." I didn't answer. My stomach felt hollow, as though wind were moving through it. Mr. Levine stepped out, offering a formal handshake. His gaze softened for a fraction of a second, perhaps because he had witnessed enough similar scenes to know exactly what I was swallowing. He said quietly, "Inside the envelope are detailed instructions. If you need, you can call me directly." I nodded, a thank you stuck in my throat. The elevator descended slowly, as if debating which floor of shame to release us onto. When the doors opened into the lobby, the noise of Manhattan crashed in honking horns, chatter, the smell of pretzels, exhaust fumes mingling with expensive perfume. Derek broke away without looking back. Savannah fastened the button on her trench coat, leaving me with a parting shot. "You good? If you need a place to crash, I've got a guest room, but I figure you'd rather your meditation space." She winked and disappeared into the crowd. I stood at the edge of the curb, clutching the manila envelope like a paper life raft. In the glass of the tower, my reflection looked smaller than I imagined, as if the entire city had conspired to convince me that a person's worth could be measured by the facade they owned. A cold gust from the avenue cut straight through my thin coat, pressing into my chest, reminding me I had forgotten my scarf. I let out a small laugh, one with no witness. In my head, my father's words echoed. Life is a bridge, you either build it, or you stand aside and watch others cross. He never considered that there are footpaths through the forest that lead to the other side of the river too. I pulled the rusted key from the envelope. It was heavier than it looked. The head was faintly engraved with an M, the shaft marked by 2 diagonal scratches like old fingernail scars. Beneath the key lay a copy of the deed, the words Mercer Lot, Hasson 4. Talkeetna Periphery revealed like a treasure map for adulthood, a treasure no one else in that conference room wanted to touch because of its rough, shabby exterior. I wanted to run back upstairs, to ask why there was no explanation, why my mother never said directly what she meant, why my entire life seemed to be a series of cryptic notes. But then I understood, some questions, even if asked, no longer belong to you to hear the answers. At the top of the steps, my phone buzzed. A text from Derek, short and cold. "I'll come get my things this weekend. Don't cry, have some dignity." Beneath it, a notification from Savannah's Instagram. A boomerang of the wrought iron gates of Terrytown, captioned, "New Beginnings." I drew in a deep breath, slipped my phone into my pocket, and pulled up my zipper. Shame, fury, and emptiness swirled like 3 concentric circles inside my chest, but at the center, there was something else, a small point that felt like the very idea of movement. I returned to Brooklyn that night, my small apartment sealed tight like a box, leaving only me and the manila envelope on the kitchen table. I sat staring at the rusted key under the pale yellow light, then at my phone, scrolling past Savannah's photos inside her new Terrytown mansion. In my mind, there were 2 clear choices: sell the Alaska land to some real estate speculator for enough money to cover a few months' rent, or go there myself and see with my own eyes what Lot Hasson 4 really was. The more I thought about it, the louder my grandfather Elias Mercer's voice echoed. "You will know why it had to be you." That night, I opened my laptop, my hands trembling but firm. I typed JFK to ANC Anchorage, Alaska. The ticket was expensive, I knew that, but I booked it one way. When the screen flashed confirmed, I felt hollow and weightless at the same time, as if I had just pushed myself out of the last comfort zone I had. The next morning, I began packing. This wasn't a vacation, it was a journey into a land so unforgiving that one careless mistake could leave me collapsed in the middle of the forest. I stopped by an outdoor gear shop in Soho, but soon realized the real essentials would have to be bought in Anchorage. So I gathered only the basics: layered warm clothes, insulated gloves, and a small leather notebook for keeping track of everything. I thought about what else I would need: a windproof synthetic down parka, waterproof high boots, an emergency survival kit, a lithium battery flashlight built for the cold, bear spray, something anyone living in Alaska would call mandatory, an offline GPS, a paper map, and a backup battery pack. I packed it all into the black hiking backpack that had followed me through smaller trails in the Catskills. But this time, I knew it would be carrying something heavier, an answer to years of being dismissed. The flight from JFK was long and bleak. On the way to the gate, I watched couples and families wheeling shiny suitcases, hugging travel pillows, buzzing with excitement for their vacations. I, on the other hand, carried nothing but an old land deed and a silent key. When the plane landed in Anchorage, the doors opened to a dense gray air, cold and dry, like 1,000 tiny needles pressing into my face. I zipped up my parka, inhaled that metallic chill, and knew I had truly stepped out of the world I once belonged to. Anchorage wasn't glamorous. It was practical, compact, with snow-lined streets, rumbling pickup trucks, and outdoor gear shops glowing late into the night. I stopped at Riai, a place packed with both locals and travelers, everyone speaking in the language of trail maps, route conditions, and snow depth. I picked up a few more essentials: a multi-tool knife, a water filter, an emergency tent, and a box of protein bars, enough to get me through if things went wrong. At the counter, the cashier glanced at my items and asked softly, "You're not just staying in Anchorage, are you? Talkeetna?" I froze, then simply nodded. She gave a short smile, the kind that suggested she had seen many like me people leaving the city to search for something in the cold. From Anchorage, I rented an old but sturdy AWD truck, and the company arranged for a local driver to take me closer to Talkeetna. His name was Tom, a gray-bearded man of few words, his hands calloused from decades gripping a steering wheel on icy roads. He only spoke occasionally, mentioning the weather or whether a trail might be closed that day. The truck drove for hours, cutting through forests blanketed in snow, frozen rivers glinting like silver mirrors, and scattered wooden cabins standing alone like stray notes in a song played too long. The sky hung heavy and gray, the line between clouds and snow erased, making the whole landscape look like an old painting smudged by time. When the truck stopped at the Talkeetna Roadhouse for me to rest, I stepped into a warm room filled with the smell of fresh pastries and strong coffee. The space was small, with low ceilings, and black and white photos of Denali climbers covering the walls. Locals sat in small groups, speaking just loud enough to be heard. No one asked too many questions. They simply nodded in greeting, as if they were used to strangers arriving here for reasons that didn't need to be explained. That kind of friendliness, neither intrusive nor prying, made me feel lighter than I ever did in my crowded Brooklyn apartment. I sat by the window, sipping thick black coffee, watching the snow fall outside, and felt the knot inside me loosen. When we left Talkeetna, Tom drove for several more hours before stopping at a trailhead. He pointed toward a narrow path almost completely buried under snow. "Your cabin's that way. About a mile. I can't go farther." I nodded, paid him, and thanked him. He only nodded back, saying nothing more. I slung my backpack onto my shoulders, tightened the straps, and stepped into the forest. Each step sank deep into the snow with a creak, blending with the whistle of wind through the trees, until it was just me and the heavy silence. The GPS in my hand flickered with a weak signal, but enough to guide me forward. I knew there was no turning back. Through the entire walk, I thought about everything that had led me here. Savannah's victorious smile, Derek's contemptuous eyes, my parents' silence when I had needed them most. I wondered if I was running away. But then I answered myself, I hadn't come to Alaska for revenge, nor to prove anything to anyone. I came to face it, to open a door I had been told all my life would only lead to nothing. I took another step. Snow slid down my collar, ice cold against my skin, but it made me more awake than I had ever felt. As darkness settled, I saw in the distance a slanted wooden roof peeking through the trees. That was it, Mercer Lot Hassan, for the cabin my family had treated as a joke. I paused for a few seconds, inhaling the icy air, then walked forward. In my head, my grandfather's voice rang out, deeper and clearer than ever. "Never underestimate what others call worthless, Maya. Sometimes that is the true key." Oh! The cabin appeared before me like an old scar in the snowy forest. The roof sagged like a weary back, the wood stained with patches of black mold. One window had long since shattered, leaving only an empty wooden frame like a hollow eye socket. On the porch, deep claw marks slashed across the door, straight and ragged, almost certainly from a bear searching for food during a past winter. The steps groaned under my weight, each creak echoing into the still forest like a tired sigh. I brushed away the snow, pushed the door open, the hinges shrieking, and a heavy wave of mildew and rot swept into my face. Inside, the fireplace in the corner was rusted, its mouth blackened with old soot. The armchair nearby had collapsed, its cushion shredded by mice, yellowed stuffing spilling out. A small dining table lay under a thick coat of dust, mouse tracks crisscrossing over it. The smell of mold mixed with the stench of old animal droppings made my throat tighten. I dropped my backpack, turned on my flashlight, and swept it across cracked walls, crooked frames of faded photographs. I collapsed into a chair with one broken leg, wobbling as if ready to give out with me. In that moment, everything from Manhattan, from the lawyer's office, from Savannah's smirk, from Derek's contempt came crashing down like a storm. I thought, is this my worth? A rotting shack in the woods? That first night, I unrolled my sleeping bag in the corner of the room where the wind slipped in the least, my back pressed against the moldy wooden wall. I tried to light a fire in the stove, but the coals burned weakly, then died, leaving behind only the acrid smoke that seeped through the room. Outside, the wind howled through the pines, branches snapping with the sharp crack of breaking bones. The roof groaned whenever the gusts hit, each creak sounding like footsteps across the ceiling. I curled inside the sleeping bag, trying to keep warm, but the cold slipped into every fingertip, into every hollow of my bones. In the dark, I heard Derek's voice, pathetic loser. I heard Savannah's, rustic suits you. I heard my father's, what's the point of writing? They circled and repeated over and over. I whispered into the void. Value is only money, isn't it? Then I have nothing. Oh. When I closed my eyes, my grandfather Elias came back to me. The walks we took along the Susitna River, the way he pointed at a drifting log and said, what others throw away may be the thing that lasts the longest. I remembered that final night in Anchorage, when he held my hand and spoke slowly. Never let anyone else decide your worth. I was 18 then and brushed it off with a laugh. But now, lying in this frozen cabin, his words hammered against my heart. The next morning, gray light leaked through the broken window frame, falling across the dusty floor in a pale streak. I sat up, throat dry, body aching all over. My first thought was to sell. I pictured snapping a few photos, sending them to a local realtor, unloading the place cheap to someone wanting hunting land or a shack in the woods. Take the money, go back to New York, and keep living quietly. But when my hand brushed against the envelope in my coat pocket, I remembered the scrap of paper from my mother. You will know why it had to be you. I stopped. Those words anchored me, keeping me from walking away. I pulled out the leather notebook, set it on the dusty table, and for the first time since arriving in Alaska, I wrote, Mercer Lot, Hassan 4, Day 1. I began recording every detail. The sagging roof, the shattered window, the rusted stove, the layout of the rooms, the rotting beams. With a trembling but determined hand, I sketched a rough diagram of the cabin. Then I took the old broom propped in the corner and swept a patch of floor clean. Each time I gathered dust and ash into a pile, I thought of my father's eyes skimming past my essay years ago, eyes that never paused on me. Now I was forcing myself to pause, to look at this wood, this cabin, as if I were looking at myself. All morning, I worked through each corner, stacking chairs back in place, brushing away cobwebs, pushing open windows to let cold air replace the stench of mold. I rolled up my sleeves, pulled on gloves, and used a knife to strip away loose splinters of decayed wood. Sweat gathered under my parka, but for the first time in a long time, I felt I was truly in control of something. The cabin did not turn into a mansion, nor into an apology from my parents, but with every clump of dust cleared away, I reclaimed a small piece of myself. I stood in the middle of the bare room, watched the light filter through the hole in the roof, and realized this might not just be about value equals money. Maybe this was a test. Maybe this was where I had to begin again. On the third day of cleaning the cabin, I began to notice something strange on the living room floor. Most of the wooden planks were rotted, gray with age and damp, but right in the center lay one that was different, darker in color, with the grain running the opposite direction. I knelt down, shining my flashlight across it, and saw that it was fixed with old hand-forged nails, big and rough, unlike the industrial steel ones holding the others in place. I tapped it lightly with my fingernail. The sound rang hollow, not solid like the rest. My heart quickened. Instinct told me there was something hidden beneath. I pulled back the dust-covered rug that half concealed the floor. It was thick and heavy, handwoven in faded Alaska Native patterns, likely once belonging to my grandfather Elias. Beneath it, just as I suspected, a rusted iron ring protruded from the corner of the darker plank. I took a deep breath, gripped the ring, and pulled hard. The board gave way with a sharp crack, dust swirling into the air. A dark opening appeared, damp air rising from below, carrying the smell of soil and rusted iron. Beneath the floorboards, a narrow wooden staircase led down into a pit of shadow. I grabbed my flashlight from the backpack and tested the first step. It creaked, but held. I descended slowly, one hand gripping the rough railing. The farther I went, the colder it became, each breath fogging into white clouds. At the bottom, my boots touched stone. The cellar was larger than I expected, its walls built from hand-stacked rock, its ceiling low, the beam of my flashlight cutting across endless dark corners. In one corner, wooden crates were stacked high, each faintly marked with the faded stencil. Mercer Co. in peeling white paint. Beside them stood several metal chests with rusted locks and loose handles. I knelt, rapped on one of the crates. The sound was solid. Using my multi-tool, I pried the lid open, the brittle wood splintered. Inside were heavy cloth sacks, bound tight with rope. I tugged one open, and under the flashlight's beam, a golden gleam burst forth. Rows of gold coins lay neatly stacked, heavy in my hand as I lifted one. My breath caught, my grip faltered. I nearly dropped it. I opened a few more sacks, silver bars still gleaming beneath their dust, necklaces set with finely cut stones, jade rings, silver brooches. An entire treasure hoard, so dazzling it made my eyes blur. I stepped back, pressing against the stone wall, my heart pounding. My mind spun between exhilaration and disbelief. Why were these things here? Why had they been hidden beneath the cabin everyone in my family had dismissed as worthless? I swept my flashlight across the cellar once more. At the far end stood a large chest set apart from the rest, its leather covering cracked, the lock rusted but intact. I forced the lid open. Inside were not gold or jewels, but thick, old leather-bound ledgers, their pages yellowed with age. I flipped one open, the handwriting neat, signed, Elias Mercer. Page after page detailed records of timber rights across thousands of acres of forest around Talkeetna, with precise maps of every lot. I opened another book and found lease contracts for lithium, antimony, and even rare earth mineral mining, signed decades ago, complete with annexes of annual royalty payments. The signatures and notarized seals were all legitimate, still carrying legal weight. Another ledger listed ROW agreements, rights of way for pipelines cutting across Mercer land, with fixed rental fees under long-term contracts. My hands trembled as I read the figures, hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. Alongside these, a set of probate documents confirmed the chain of title, showing the land had been passed legally through generations and now, by right, belonged to me. I sat on the cold stone floor, holding a thick ledger in my hands, flipping through page after page. The numbers, the resource values, the acreage, all of it added up to more than I could ever have imagined. A rough calculation showed the gold, silver, and jewelry alone were worth several million. But the timber rights, the mineral leases, and the pipeline contracts were the true magnitude. I pulled out my phone, opened the calculator, and with trembling fingers did the math. The figure that appeared left me breathless. Over $80 million, perhaps more, if valued at today's market rates. I stayed there for a long time in the cellar, my back against the cold stone wall, the ledgers stacked around me like a circle that bound me and shielded me at once. At first, I thought I was shaking from the cold, but then I realized it was from the weight of the truth. Everything I had believed to be rejection might never have been rejection at all. The decaying cabin wasn't a cruel joke, it was a test, and the one my mother had chosen wasn't Savannah, the sister who lived to broadcast every victory online, feeding off admiration. She had chosen me, the daughter who had always been overlooked, but who could stay silent, watch carefully, endure patiently, and keep a secret until the right time. That realization made me want to laugh and cry all at once. My whole life, I had lived under the shadow of comparison, convinced I wasn't enough. And yet, it was precisely that not enough which made me the one capable of carrying a treasure that would have evaporated in Savannah's hands after a single season of parties. But with the rush of exhilaration came a tide of heavy questions. Could I keep all of this safe? What would happen if word got out? I pictured Savannah answering the phone, Derek reading the news in the paper, both of them arriving with feigned righteousness, demanding a fair share. I knew my sister wouldn't hesitate to drag me into court, and Derek would spin whatever lies he needed to wedge his way back into my life. That was the first wall I hit: ethics. I didn't want to turn into someone who flaunted wealth, nor did I want to be trapped in the whirlpool of endless legal battles. Next came the question of security. The cabin had no solid lock, and the trapdoor was nothing more than a plank covering the cellar. If anyone wandered in out of curiosity, everything would be exposed. I thought of treasure heist movies, of people who could smell money from miles away and break in without hesitation, and a chill ran down my spine. I knew I had to act immediately. Climbing back up, I drew a long breath and began a temporary plan. First, I reinforced the trapdoor. I found new nails and hinges, hammered them in with a small mallet, and added an iron padlock I had bought in Anchorage. I knew it wouldn't stop someone determined, but at least it gave me a measure of peace at night. Then I selected a few items that could be liquidated easily: a couple of gold bars, some silver coins, an antique necklace, wrapping them carefully in a cloth bag. These I would take back to Anchorage to place in a safe deposit box at the bank. I didn't need to sell them right away. I just needed to know that, in an emergency, I had something to fall back on. The rest of the crates I returned to their places, let the dust settle, and covered the trapdoor with the rug as before. The next task was digitizing. I pulled my laptop from the backpack and carefully scanned every ledger page, every contract, every map. I saved them to an external hard drive, encrypted the files, and locked them with a password. The work took hours, my fingers stiff with cold, but I felt as if I were transforming fragile, flammable papers into proof that could survive time itself. Those scans were my first safeguard, my insurance in case fire or intruders ever found their way to the cellar. I also began keeping an asset journal. In it, I photographed every crate, every piece of jewelry, every document, recording quantities and rough valuations. I noted the dates, even my own feelings as I uncovered each item, because I knew that one day these details might become part of the true family story. I worked with such precision that by the time I finally looked up, the sky outside was already dark and the fire in the stove had burned down to glowing embers. Yet, I didn't feel exhausted. On the contrary, I felt more alive than ever. All the while, I kept reminding myself, don't touch those old contracts without an advisor. I had no idea how Alaska law might treat resource rights signed decades earlier. I didn't want one misstep to cost me everything. So I left every contract exactly as it was in the chest: no changes, no signatures, only reading and archiving. I told myself, be patient, don't rush, let grandfather's memory guide the way. While leafing through one of the thick ledgers, I noticed a thin envelope tucked tightly against the back cover, so faint I first mistook it for lining paper. At the corner of the envelope was handwriting. I recognized instantly the slanted script of my mother, Elaine. My heart lurched, and my hands trembled as I pulled it free. The paper was yellowed, the edges brittle, but still intact. I opened it slowly, afraid that a careless movement might scatter my mother's last words into dust. Inside was a letter written in faded blue ink. The very first line blurred my vision. My dear Maya, if you are reading these words, it means your father and I are already gone. I drew in a deep breath and forced myself to continue. Your father is hot-tempered, and sometimes he hurt you, but you must know he was not blind. He saw in Savannah the sparkle, the quickness that easily convinces the world. But in you, he saw something different. Endurance. Strength that does not need to show itself, only to last long enough to prove its worth. I froze. I choked up as I read the next line. We did not choose by noise, we chose by trust. You think you were abandoned, but the truth is we trusted you to have the patience to keep, the quiet strength to protect. This cabin is not a joke, it is our bequest. Believe that we always saw you, even in silence. My tears fell onto the page, blurring my mother's handwriting. I pressed the letter to my chest, feeling as if she were right there beside me, whispering that all those years of being overlooked were only a fog masking the truth. I was not the invisible child. I was the one they had chosen. That night I sat by the fireplace, the letter resting on my lap. The flames crackled, and the darkness in the cabin no longer frightened me. A strange peace settled over me. For the first time, I no longer needed an apology from anyone. I had proof that my parents had trusted me, that their silence had not been indifference but faith that I would find the answer at the right time. The next morning, as gray light streamed through the broken window, I turned on my phone after days of avoiding connection. Immediately, the screen buzzed with a flood of missed notifications. Among them was Savannah's name. Her message was brief. Enjoying your little shack? Honestly, it probably fits your aesthetic. I read it, then set the phone down. Once, I would have rushed to reply, to argue, to prove I wasn't inferior. But this time, I did nothing. I only smiled faintly and wrote in my notebook. Savannah still thinks I've lost, but for the first time, I know I don't need to answer back. The truth is right beneath my feet. Before I could close the notebook, my phone buzzed again. A message from Derek. Maya, I think we reacted too quickly. I want to talk, maybe meet? I miss you. I stared at the words, remembering the sound of him throwing the ring onto the table, remembering exactly how he called me a pathetic loser in front of the law office receptionist. If I were the old version of myself, I might have given in, clung to that thin thread of hope. But now, with my mother's letter in my hands, proof that I had never been worthless, I understood clearly that Derek was only sniffing out opportunity. He never missed me. He only missed what he thought I could give him. I didn't respond. I locked the screen and placed the phone face down on the table. I took a deep breath and wrote in my notebook. Derek wants to come back. I choose silence. For the first time, silence was not forced upon me, it was my right. The feeling was so new, it made me shiver. For years, I had been screaming just to be heard, to be seen. Today, I knew that real strength lay in being able to stay silent without feeling lesser. As evening fell, I carefully folded my mother's letter, slipped it into a clear plastic sleeve to protect it, and placed it inside the temporary safe in the cabin. I sat on the porch, looking out at the pine forest buried in snow. The wind whistling through the trees no longer sounded like bones breaking, it was more like a soundtrack to a beginning. A single thought echoed in my mind. I had spent too many years living by the gaze of others. From now on, I would live by the faith my mother left me. And that faith, I would never let be stolen by those who only measured worth by outward shine. The next day, I decided it was time to turn the cabin from a scar into a beginning. I started with the simplest tasks, climbing onto the roof with the old wooden ladder, checking each warped board. I replaced the rotten planks with new ones I had bought in Talkeetna, hammering each nail in despite the cold numbing my fingers. The sound of the hammer rang through the forest like a drumbeat announcing rebirth. I covered the broken window first with a sheet of clear plastic, then gradually replaced it with tempered glass cut by a local craftsman. I built a pinewood shelf to store the ledgers, notebooks, and asset journal. Over the trapdoor, I installed a simple motion sensor wired to a bell, something to alert me if anyone tried to break in. On the main door, I hung a bear horn siren, the kind every Alaskan considered essential. Each small detail made me feel that the cabin was no longer abandoned, it was slowly becoming a space I commanded. As I repaired the place, I realized I too needed rebuilding. I began running in the mornings on the thick snow, each first step heavy but gradually easier as my body adjusted, my breathing more steady. Some days I ran into town, stopping at a small cafe near the Talkeetna Roadhouse. The owner, a native woman named Anna with long black hair, always asked if I wanted hot coffee or herbal tea. One time, I sat and spoke with her about the forest, about how we could keep it alive. Anna told me, "Outsiders often think this land is only resources to be extracted. But for us, it is memory, it is home." Her words planted a new seed of thought in me. I could not see only the money in Elias's ledgers. I had to see the responsibility too. That night, I opened my notebook and wrote out a long-term plan. If I sold the timber rights outright, the land would be stripped bare. Instead, I chose selective logging, harvesting only in rotation and replanting to ensure the ecosystem survived. For the mineral leases, I would only sign agreements that carried strict environmental clauses, requiring ESG audits to minimize damage to the land. I even thought about creating the Mercer Scholarship Fund, using part of the profits to help Native Alaskan children access education. The idea came from Anna's story about her son traveling nearly 2 hours each day just to reach school. I realized I could turn this inheritance into a bridge not just for me to cross, but for others to find opportunity too. Day by day, the cabin grew brighter. I laid down a new rug across the floor, hung a few printed photographs of the forest I had taken myself. At night, I lit oil lamps, the golden glow softening the stains of mold on the wooden walls. I grew accustomed to the silence, the wind, the birds, the distant howl of wolves. Instead of loneliness, I felt peace. In that stillness, I could finally hear my own heartbeat, something that had long been drowned out by the noise of comparison and humiliation. One afternoon, while repairing a window frame, I suddenly thought of Savannah. I pictured her stepping into this cabin, shaking her head, calling it a shack. And then I asked myself, did I need to prove anything to her? The answer came quickly, no. I didn't need loud revenge. I didn't need to flaunt the treasure. I didn't need to boast that more than $80 million lay beneath my feet. What I needed was to prove to myself that I could use it well. My growth wasn't about showing Savannah who had won. It was about knowing I no longer needed to win against anyone at all. That night, I lit the fire and set a kettle on the stove. I pulled out my mother's letter and read it once more. We did not choose by noise, we chose by trust. I sat in silence, listening to the wood crackle, and realized that this choice was my chance to step into a new chapter. I was no longer the Brooklyn girl watching her essay folded under a pizza box. I was no longer the fiancé left behind with the sound of a ring clattering on a table. I was the heir of a legacy, and more than that, I was someone who had reclaimed her own worth through every patched plank, every scanned ledger, every step across the white snow. For the first time in my life, I saw the cabin not as a symbol of abandonment but as my home. A home that held not only treasure in gold and silver, but also the story of my growth, my silence, and the trust I was meant to carry until the end. I knew I couldn't stop with scanned documents and a notebook. To protect this legacy, I needed a legal shield and a circle of trust. I began searching carefully. Savannah and Derek could not catch even a hint of it. In Anchorage, I chose a small land law firm, where the lawyers still worked in an old brick building instead of a glass tower. The lawyer's name was Howard, his hair silver, his voice measured. He listened to my account without interruption. Then he checked the chain of title, the ownership trail from my grandfather Elias down to me. Every seal, every signature, he verified as valid. "You hold full legal rights," he said firmly, "but you must be wise enough to keep them." The next step, I invited a mineral appraiser to the cabin. He was Native Alaskan, carrying a core drill and geological maps. Together we reviewed the leases in the ledger. When he reached the words, "rare earth," his eyes lit up. If these contracts are still valid, the value isn't just large, it's enormous, he whispered. I nodded, staying silent, my heart pounding but my face calm. A forester I had called from Fairbanks also arrived. He ran his hand along the trunk of a pine and said, "Selective logging is the wise choice. If you sell it off, you'll strip the forest. But if you preserve it, the forest will sustain you for life." I wrote down every word in my notebook, treating them as a kind of new will for myself. Over the course of several weeks, I gathered a small circle: the land lawyer, the mineral appraiser, the forester, and a federal tax advisor who had once worked for the IRS. He explained estate basis to me, how to legitimize inherited assets without being swallowed by penalties. The key, he said, is to be transparent where necessary and anonymous where it matters. With their guidance, I created the Mercer Trust, a trust bearing my mother's family name. The cabin and all rights from the ledgers were transferred into it. We then established a separate LLC to manage mineral operations, shielding me from personal liability. At the same time, I registered a conservation easement on part of the forest, both to protect the land and reduce taxes. And finally, I filed notices to preserve the validity of the old royalty agreements, documents that could bring in millions of dollars each year. Just as I was beginning to settle into a rhythm, an unexpected email appeared. "Derek, I'm in Soho. Please meet me, just 10 minutes. I owe you an apology." I knew he must have caught whispers. People didn't need details. The scent of money alone was enough. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to go, not to give him another chance, but to close the door myself. A small cafe, golden lights. Derek sat waiting, checkered blazer, wearing the expression of a man who had never done anything wrong. When I walked in, he stood, smiling gently. "Maya, I lifted my hand, motioning for him to sit. I sat too, calm, steady, no tremor in my voice. "You don't need to say anything more." I cut him off. "I no longer need to prove anything to you. Not anymore." Then I stood, walked out of the cafe. No slammed doors, no tears, just an old door closed firm, quiet. That was my greatest victory. The following spring, I returned to the cabin. The snow had melted, a small stream burbled behind the house, moss spread thick across the roots of the pines. The cabin was no longer decayed, the roof was strong, the windows gleamed. In the little kitchen, I hung a photo of my grandfather Elias and placed it on the new wooden shelf. Beneath it, I left a letter to myself, written by hand. I no longer lived to be chosen, I lived to choose. Eventually, family came calling. Savannah phoned, her voice unusually sweet. "Maybe we could invest together, reconnect from the start. We're sisters, right?" I drew in a breath and replied politely, "Savannah, if you want a relationship built on equality, without conditions, I'm willing. But if it revolves around money, then no." On the other end was silence, followed by a long sigh. I knew there would be no tearful reunion. But I also knew that this time, I had drawn a healthy boundary. I sat on the porch, watching the sun sink behind the Susitna forest. The sunset poured down like liquid honey, painting the cabin in a radiant gold. In my hands was not just an $80 million inheritance. The true value wasn't in rankings, or in proving who was richer, who had won. It was in the leverage to become someone I respected, someone who could stand tall without needing anyone else's nod of approval. I leaned back in the wooden chair, listening to the cool wind weaving through the trees. My mother's voice rose in my mind. We did not choose by noise, we chose by trust. I smiled and whispered, as if to her, "I understand now." "How?" And I want to leave you, the one listening to this story, with a question. Sometimes what looks like exclusion is actually trust, waiting for you to grow into it. If it were you, would you sell everything just to chase applause, or would you guard it and make it better for those who come after you? Where are you listening from, and what choice would you make for yourself?
At family reunion, my sister's kid announced, "Mom says you never give back to this family." Everyone clapped. I smiled and said, "Perfect. Then she won't miss the $5,200 I cover for her mortgage every month." My sister went pale. And then, my sister's daughter, Madison, should have shut her mouth a long time ago. But she just had to say something. Loud enough for everyone at the reunion to hear. Right as people were starting dessert. 30 people. Some I hadn't seen in years. All gathered to celebrate my promotion. The promotion that no one from my sister's side of the family ever really acknowledged. Not because they didn't know, but because if it wasn't about them they didn't care. Madison thought she was funny. Like her mother. And for too long I let that kind of behavior slide. I covered for them, helped them, paid for things I had no business paying for. All to keep the peace. That peace ended the second she opened her mouth. The reunion was my idea, but I didn't really want it. Greg told me to cancel it when we saw the guest list. But my boys were looking forward to it and I figured, okay, one more time. It was at the lake house we rent every year. I paid for everything. Food, drinks, setup, cleanup, down to the folding chairs. Not that anyone noticed. Erica arrived in a sundress I recognized because I paid for it last spring when she said she couldn't afford anything for herself. She didn't greet me. Just waved and walked inside with Madison, who was already glued to her phone. They didn't speak to my boys. Barely nodded at Greg. I was still trying to hold it together. Trying to tell myself not to let it get to me. Then dessert came out. My mom was mid-story about something our dad did back in the day and people were half listening, half chewing on strawberry shortcake. And that's when Madison decided to drop her little grenade. Mom says you never give back to this family. Just like that. Like she was repeating something casual she'd heard 1,000 times. The entire table went still. You could feel it. A shift. My mom went quiet. Greg froze. My sons looked over at me like they weren't sure if they were allowed to say anything. And Erica? She just kept sipping her drink like it was someone else's problem. I smiled. I don't even know why. Maybe it was because I finally stopped caring. And I said, perfect. Then she won't miss the $5,200 I cover for her mortgage every month. There were actual gasps. And a few people clapped. Not out of joy. More like shock. Because the one person they didn't expect to speak up had just pulled the curtain back. Erica went pale. Madison blinked like she didn't get it. Greg stood up, raised his glass a little and said maybe it was time I told the rest. So I did. I reminded them all that the SUV Erica drives isn't hers. I bought it. It's in my name. I even cover the insurance because she said she couldn't get approved on her own. I mentioned the utility bills I quietly paid when their power was going to be shut off. The tutoring I paid for when Madison started failing sophomore year and Erica was too embarrassed to ask my mom for help. The Christmas gifts I sent over for them from Santa, even when Greg and I had to dip into our own savings. I did all of it quietly. And still this is how they saw me. Greg leaned over and said, we're done helping them, right? I didn't hesitate. Yep. Starting today. And just like that the dynamic shifted. The gravy train came to a screeching halt. Erica knew it. Madison knew it. And they both knew there was more coming. The reunion wrapped up faster than I expected after that. A few relatives made excuses and left early. My Aunt Brenda tried to lighten the mood by clearing dessert plates like she was on a mission. Erica didn't speak another word to me. Madison disappeared into her phone again, probably texting some snarky play-by-play to her little circle. I didn't care. Greg and I loaded the boys into the car and drove home in silence for the first 10 minutes. Then Jesse, my oldest, asked quietly if I was okay. I told him I was better than okay. Because I meant it. That night I went straight into the home office and pulled the folder. The mortgage payments I'd been making for Erica? Set on autopay through our joint account. I canceled it. Just like that. The next one was due in 4 days. I turned to Greg and said that's going to hit her fast. He smiled without even looking up from his tablet. Good. I didn't stop there. The next morning I called the insurance company and removed Erica from the policy on the car. Since the vehicle's registered in my name, she'd need to switch everything to her own coverage. She'd have to come pick up the title transfer forms herself if she wanted to keep it. I left her one voicemail. Come, short. You'll need to start covering your mortgage. And the car insurance is no longer in my name. Let me know when you're ready to take care of the paperwork. She didn't call back. But Madison did. 3 days later. She sent me a long dramatic text accusing me of abandoning family and making things worse than they were. She said her mom had been crying for 2 days and didn't know what to do. She said she might have to quit cheerleading if things didn't get better. I stared at the message stunned. Not a word about the reunion. Not a word about what she said. No apology. No taking responsibility. Just guilt-tripping and panic because for the first time they were being held accountable. So I replied with one sentence. Actions have consequences, Madison. Nothing else. That was the moment I knew I'd done the right thing. Not just for me. For my kids too. They needed to see that kindness doesn't mean being a doormat. That you can love people and still say enough. The next week was quiet. Then my mom called. She wanted to talk things through, and suggested that maybe I'd been too harsh. That Erica was going through a lot, and didn't know how to ask for help in the right way. I didn't say anything at first. Then I asked her one question. Did you know I was paying her mortgage? She went quiet. Then she said no. Exactly. She tried once more. Maybe just the car, maybe just a few more months, but I cut her off. I told her I'd been helping quietly for years and no one noticed. But the moment I stopped, I was suddenly the villain. That's not how family works. At least not mine anymore. And the real twist? Erica showed up the next day. Not at my house. At Greg's office. She didn't text. Didn't call. Didn't even try to show up at my place. Erica went straight to Greg's office. As if that was going to work. She knew better than to face me, so she tried to guilt him instead. Greg called me after she left, and the first thing he said was, "You are not going to believe this." She walked into his office unannounced, wearing oversized sunglasses and fake confidence, and asked if she could have a quick word with him. Greg didn't throw her out because he's not that kind of person. But he wasn't kind either. He just listened. She started with tears. Said she didn't understand why I'd blindsided her in front of the whole family. Said she felt humiliated. Said her daughter hadn't spoken to her in 2 days. Like that was somehow my fault. Then she got to the real reason she was there. She said the mortgage payment bounced. Her account was overdrawn. The bank was calling. She said she was trying to hold it together for Madison's sake, and maybe if Greg could help smooth things over between me and her, maybe we could figure something out. That's when Greg leaned back in his chair and told her she needed to leave. He didn't yell. Didn't argue. Just told her it was over. That the help was done. That she'd burned through more chances than anyone else in our lives. And that whatever conversation she thought she was going to have with him, it was the wrong office, the wrong man, and the wrong decade. She left in silence. And then she texted me a long paragraph that made it sound like I had driven a wedge into the family. That I had caused Madison to feel unsafe. And that she didn't understand how I could be so cold after everything we've been through. It was like she was rewriting history in real time. As if I hadn't spent the last few years bailing her out while she whispered to anyone who'd listen that I was selfish. I didn't reply. I blocked her number that night. Madison went quiet too. Not a word. Not a post. Not a story. Her social media, which normally ran 24/7, went dead for 2 days. Then a photo appeared. A blurry selfie with some cryptic caption about "real ones never leave." I knew who that was aimed at. I didn't care. Then came the letter. 2 pages. Handwritten. Folded neatly and left in my mailbox with no return address. It was from Erica. She wrote that she was reflecting. That maybe she had let her pride get in the way. That maybe she should have said thank you more. That she never realized how much I'd done. But even in her apology there was this undertone. Like I'd overreacted, like I could have handled it more privately. She asked me not to punish Madison for her mistakes. She asked if I'd reconsider letting them keep the car. Said they needed it to survive. I sat there reading that letter and felt something I hadn't felt in years. Relief. Because finally the weight was shifting. Not just from my shoulders, but from my entire life. The lies, the manipulation, the guilt, it was cracking. But I wasn't done yet. I gave them a week. 7 full days to come to their senses, apologize, or at least try to act like adults. Erica sent a handwritten letter. 2 pages of carefully worded guilt, but never showed up in person. Madison didn't say a word to me directly, but she had plenty to say on social media. Vague captions. Family can be the coldest. Some people only help so they can brag about it later. That sort of thing. No apology. No accountability. Just more noise. I waited. Quietly. But I was done hoping they'd come around. So I grabbed the spare key. The SUV parked in Erica's driveway still legally belonged to me. I'd kept it in my name because her credit was shot and I didn't want her defaulting and ruining the lease. Back then I didn't think twice. She needed help. I had the means. That's how it always started. But this time I was done playing sponsor. I drove to their house around noon on a Thursday. No warning. I parked the car directly in front of their house. Took pictures of everything, the mileage, the condition, the license plate. I locked the doors and slipped the key into an envelope. Inside, I left a sticky note with one line. "It's yours when you pay for it." As I turned to walk back to my own car, Madison came outside. She stopped at the porch, barefoot, hoodie sleeves pulled over her hands, and just stared at me. I braced myself for attitude for another smart remark. But instead she asked, "Do you hate me?" Caught me off guard. She didn't sound angry. Just small. Not the smug teenager who mocked me in front of everyone. Not the girl who thought she and her mom could take forever without consequences. I told her no. I didn't hate her. I hated how they treated me. I said it calmly, flatly. Then turned to leave. Before I could take 2 steps, the front door slammed open. Erica came storming out, barefoot too, phone in hand, still mid-conversation with someone. I heard her say something about overdraft fees and late notices, and then she locked eyes with me. "Don't you dare walk away from this, Stacy. You ruined everything." I didn't stop. I got in my car, rolled the windows up, and drove away without a word. And I didn't feel guilty. Not one bit. That night, around midnight, I got a string of messages from Madison. Long ones. First, she apologized. Then she blamed me. Then she apologized again. She said her mom was a mess. That the power company had called. That they might have to sell the TV. She said she didn't understand why I was being so cruel. Cruel. That word stuck with me. Like years of unreturned favors and financial handouts meant nothing. Like I just flipped one switch and ruined their whole world. But the truth was, I didn't ruin anything. I just stopped fixing what they kept breaking. The next morning, 7:40 a.m., Greg shook me awake with his phone in his hand. A voicemail. He pressed play. It was Madison. She'd shown up at his office. Not to yell. Not to beg. To ask for a job. And not just any job. She said she was willing to do anything. She said she needed money. Fast. Greg didn't say anything when the voicemail ended. Just handed me his phone and walked to the kitchen like he needed coffee before reacting. I listened to it twice. Madison's voice was low, shaky, not the confident, sarcastic girl I was used to. She said she was sorry for showing up without an appointment, but she needed work. Said she didn't care what kind. Filing, cleaning, answering phones. Anything. Her mom was not doing great. Bills were piling up. Things were getting weird at home. I didn't feel bad. Not yet. What caught my attention was what came next. She said there was something she wanted to tell me. Something she hadn't said in front of anyone. Something about her mom. Greg texted her back later that morning, told her to meet us at a diner near his office, neutral ground. I didn't want her in our house. Not yet. And certainly not if she was bringing drama with her. She showed up 10 minutes early. Hair brushed. Hoodie replaced with a blazer she probably borrowed from someone. No makeup. Just pale and tired. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. I expected another performance. More guilt-tripping. But she surprised me. She slid into the booth and said I didn't know about the mortgage. Not until last week. I didn't respond. Greg sat next to me, arms crossed, just listening. Madison said Erica had been lying to her for years. Told her everything was fine. That she had everything handled. That I offered to help because I owed the family after moving so far above everyone else. She thought I wanted to pay. She didn't know about the bills, the car payments, the tutoring costs. She didn't even know I'd paid for her cheerleading trip to Florida last year. She thought her mom had found a way. And then after the reunion she found the bank notices in the drawer. Red letters. Final warnings. A foreclosure letter. She looked at me and said, I know it's not your fault. I just didn't know who to be mad at until now. That's when I realized. Madison had been used just like me. Maybe not in the same way but close enough. Erica had lied to her too, kept her in the dark. Made me out to be the villain while she quietly sank the ship with both of them on it. Madison reached into her bag and pulled out a torn envelope. Inside was a folded check. One I'd written over a year ago. $850 made out to cash. Memo line, groceries. I never even remembered writing it. She said she found it in her mom's drawer with at least a dozen others. Uncashed. Just sitting there. I stared at it. She said I think she kept them in case she ever needed proof to guilt you with. That was the moment it all clicked. Erica never intended to fix anything. She just wanted to keep a record of every favor. Every dollar. Not to be grateful, but to use. I pushed the check back toward Madison and told her I wasn't hiring family anymore. That if she wanted a job she'd have to apply somewhere else. On her own. She looked crushed but nodded. No argument. Just a quiet yeah, oi. But as we stood up to leave she said something I didn't expect. I don't think she's done. My mom. I think she's planning something. Hence you. I paused. Asked her what she meant. Madison looked at the floor and said, I heard her talking to Grandma. She's trying to turn the family against you. Said you've changed. Said Greg controls you. Said she might tell everyone you were stealing money from them all these years. That you're not as generous as you pretend to be. And that's when I knew Erica was spiraling. And the worst part? My mother was helping her. He was trying to poison the well. That's what Madison said as we stood in the parking lot after the diner. Erica had been calling relatives all week, spinning stories. Telling them Greg controlled the money. That I was using my promotion to act superior. That I'd made up the payments to embarrass her publicly. And the worst part? My mother was listening. I didn't want to believe it until the phone rang that night. It was Mom. She started with small talk, asked about the boys, asked about work. I knew what was coming, so I waited. Then she said it. Maybe you should have handled it privately, Stacy. Maybe you didn't need to humiliate your sister like that. That was it. That was the moment I knew it was done. I asked her if she remembered who paid her rent last winter when her heating went out. She got quiet. I told her Erica wouldn't have survived the last 3 years without me. And the only reason she was angry now was because the free ride ended. She tried to interrupt. I didn't let her. I said, you want to pick sides? That's fine. Just don't come to me when she drains your savings too. And I hung up. The next day I went to the DMV and started the process to repossess the SUV. Legally I had every right. It was mine. I'd given her enough time, enough warnings, enough kindness. I wasn't asking anymore. The repo guy called me 3 days later. He said the car was already gone. Not stolen. Sold. Erica had forged the sale using fake documents. She flipped the car to some guy across town for cash under the table. My car. Sold. I called the police. Filed the report. Gave them everything. Photos, title, text. The guy who bought it returned the vehicle without a fight once he realized what happened. But now Erica was in legal trouble, and she knew exactly who put her there. Madison was the one who told me. She came to my office in tears a week later, shaking. Said her mom was losing it. Screaming at everyone. Blaming me for everything. Said the lights got shut off that morning. That there was no food in the fridge. That she found a list in her mom's notebook titled, Ways to Make Stacy Regret It. The list included calling HR at my job, reporting Greg for financial abuse, and spreading rumors about us both. That's when Greg stepped in. He showed up at Erica's house the next morning. Alone. He didn't yell. Didn't argue. He handed her a typed letter. It said the following. Any further harassment, slander, or communication would result in a restraining order. Any continued attempts to involve our children, extended family, or place of work would lead to full legal action. She was officially banned from our property, our phones, and our lives. She slammed the door in his face. 2 days later, my mother called again. She said Erica had told her everything. That I was suing my sister. That I was ruining her life because I couldn't handle the truth. I asked my mother if she wanted to go next. She didn't answer. So I hung up again. That was the last call I took. And here's what happened after. Erica and Madison moved out of their rental 2 months later. No one knows where. Madison eventually got a job at a pharmacy across town. She stopped posting online. My mother still lives alone. Quite now. She knows where the line is. Me. I'm good. My sons respect me more than ever. They saw what boundaries look like. Greg and I are stronger than we've ever been. I still have the check Madison gave back, the one Erica never cashed. I keep it in my drawer. A reminder. They tried to turn me into a villain for doing too much. But they never thought I'd stop. Now they know. And they finally respect me. Not because I yelled. Not because I fought. Because I ended it. Completely.
After a bad car accident, I asked her to pick me up from the ER. She replied, "Sorry, I'm at lunch with my male best friend. Can't just leave." I texted, "Okay." What the police officer told her when they approached her table at the restaurant changed everything about her dinner with her friend. You learn a lot about people in a crisis. I know this because I'm a paramedic. I see people on the worst day of their lives, every single day. I see how they react, how they treat each other when the sirens are wailing and the world is falling apart. I've seen strangers hold hands with the dying. I've seen husbands weep over their injured wives. I've seen the absolute best of humanity in the absolute worst of times. And then there was my girlfriend, Kate, and a car accident that showed me the absolute truth of her character. We had been together for 2 years. We lived in my apartment, a place I'd worked my tail off to afford. On the surface, things were good. She was fun, beautiful, and the life of every party. I was the quiet, stable one. I thought we were a good match. I provided the calm, and she provided the excitement. The only real point of friction was her male best friend, a guy named Julian. Julian was a trust fund kid who worked as a consultant, which seemed to mean he had lunch at expensive restaurants 4 times a week and offered unsolicited advice. Kate and Julian were inseparable. Their bond was, as she always described it, special. They had inside jokes I was never a part of, and their text conversations were constant and secretive. I'm not a jealous guy by nature. My job has taught me to be calm under pressure. But the closeness between them always felt off. It felt like I was the third wheel in their 2-person story. Still, I trusted her. I chose to believe her when she said they were just friends. That trust was violently and permanently shattered last Tuesday. I was on my way home from a long shift. It was raining hard. A kid in a souped-up Civic ran a red light and T-boned me right in the driver's side door. It was a brutal impact. The world was a chaotic mess of screeching metal, shattering glass, and the sickening crunch of my car folding in around me. The next thing I remember is my colleagues, my fellow paramedics, pulling me out of the wreckage. I was strapped to a backboard, my head was pounding, and my left arm was definitely broken. As they were loading me into the ambulance, a police officer I knew, a good cop named Dave, leaned in. "Hey man," he said, his face grim. "Your car is totaled. We're having it towed. We need an emergency contact to notify about the accident and the vehicle's location. Who do you want us to call?" "My girlfriend, Kate," I managed to say through the pain. I gave him her number. The ride to the ER was a blur. They cut my uniform off me, pumped me full of painkillers, and started running tests. X-rays confirmed it. A clean break in my left humerus and a moderate concussion. No internal bleeding, thank God. I was beaten up, bruised from head to toe, but I was going to be okay. After about an hour, a nurse came in. "We've tried calling your emergency contact, Kate, a few times," she said. "No answer. Is there someone else we can call?" My heart sank. No answer? I knew exactly where she was. It was Tuesday. Tuesday was her standing long lunch day with Julian. I pulled out my phone with my good hand. My screen was shattered, but it still worked. I sent her a text. "Hey, I've been in a bad car accident. I'm in the ER at St. Mary's. My arm is broken. Can you come pick me up? Car is totaled." I waited. A few minutes later, the 3 little dots appeared. Then, her reply. It was a message that would change the entire course of my life. "Kate, OMG, that's awful. So sorry to hear that. But I'm actually in the middle of a really important lunch with Julian right now. Can't just leave. Can you get a taxi or something? Let me know how it goes." I read the text once. Then I read it again. I felt a strange, cold clarity wash over me, cutting through the haze of the painkillers. She wasn't just dismissing me. She was prioritizing a social lunch with another man over my genuine, verifiable emergency. I was in the hospital, and she was worried about interrupting her appetizer. The final pillar of our relationship had just crumbled into dust. I thought about the police officer, Dave. I thought about the fact that they still needed to make official contact with her. And a plan began to form. A cold, precise, and beautifully appropriate plan. I took a screenshot of her text message, then I texted back a single word. "Okay." Then I called Officer Dave. "Hey Dave," I said, my voice steady. "It's Adam Sterling. Thanks for your help at the scene. Listen, I know you guys were trying to reach my emergency contact, Kate. She's not answering her phone, but I know exactly where she is. It's important you make contact with her to complete the report. She's at a restaurant called the Gilded Spoon, downtown. I think it's crucial that an officer speaks to her in person to inform her of the situation." Dave, being a good cop and a good friend, understood immediately. "No problem, Adam," he said, a new edge in his voice. "We'll dispatch a unit right away to make an in-person notification. You just focus on getting better." I hung up the phone. I leaned back against the hospital pillows. Kate was having a very important lunch. I had a feeling it was about to be interrupted. Update 1. The hour I spent waiting in that ER bed was one of the most clarifying of my life. The physical pain was still there, a dull, throbbing ache in my arm and my head, but the emotional pain had been replaced by a kind of icy resolve. The betrayal was so absolute, so profound, that it had short-circuited all my normal feelings of hurt and sadness. All that was left was a quiet, focused anger and a need for decisive action. My friend and colleague Mike, who had been on the ambulance that brought me in, came to check on me. He took one look at my face and knew something was wrong. And it wasn't just the broken arm. "What's up, man?" he asked. "You look like you're about to declare war." I showed him the text from Kate. He read it and his face hardened. "You're kidding me," he said, his voice low. "She chose lunch over this, with that Julian guy?" "She did," I confirmed. "So what are you gonna do?" he asked. "I already did it," I said. "I had the police dispatched to her restaurant to make an in-person notification." Mike stared at me for a second, and then he let out a low whistle. "Dude, that is savage and brilliant." The story of what happened at the Gilded Spoon came to me later from Officer Dave, who had heard it directly from the 2 patrol officers he had sent. It was even better than I had imagined. The Gilded Spoon is one of those places that's all about appearances. It's expensive, it's trendy, and it's always filled with people who want to be seen. Kate and Julian were apparently seated at a prime table near the window, laughing and sharing a bottle of overpriced rosé. Two uniformed police officers walked into the restaurant. The place immediately went quiet. Cops don't just show up at a place like that for no reason. People started staring, whispering. The officers walked calmly and deliberately through the dining room, their eyes scanning the tables. They stopped directly at Kate and Julian's table. One of the officers, a tall, imposing guy with a serious face, looked directly at Kate. "Ma'am, are you Kate Miller?" he asked, his voice calm but loud enough for the surrounding tables to hear clearly. Kate looked up, her face a mask of confusion and annoyance. "Yes," she said. "Is there a problem, officer? We're here regarding a major vehicle collision involving your partner, Mr. Adam Sterling," the officer stated, his tone flat and official. He was transported by ambulance to St. Mary's Hospital from the scene of the accident with significant injuries. The color drained from Kate's face. Julian was staring, his wine glass frozen halfway to his lips. The officer continued, his voice unwavering. "His vehicle was totaled in the collision. We have been attempting to contact you for the last 2 hours as you are listed as his primary emergency contact. Mr. Sterling informed us we could find you here. He asked us to make official, in-person notification of the incident and to inform you that you will need to coordinate with the towing company regarding the removal of any personal effects from the vehicle." Every word was a hammer blow. Major vehicle collision. Transported by ambulance. Significant injuries. Vehicle totaled. Emergency contact. The officer wasn't accusing her of anything. He was just stating the cold, hard, official facts. But in doing so, he was painting a picture for everyone in that restaurant to see. A man was in the hospital after a serious accident, and his girlfriend, his emergency contact, was enjoying a leisurely lunch with another man, completely unreachable. Julian, according to the story, looked at Kate with a new expression. The charming lunch companion was gone, replaced by a man looking at a stranger who had just revealed a core of shocking selfishness. The officer concluded his speech. "That is all, ma'am. You should probably head to the hospital." The two officers then turned and walked out of the restaurant as calmly as they had entered. They left behind a crater of silence, a table of half-eaten food, and the shattered reputation of a woman who had just been publicly exposed at her most callous. Her very important lunch was officially over. Update 2. The immediate aftermath was a predictable storm of chaos, which I observed from the calm, safe harbor of my hospital room. After being discharged from the ER with my arm in a sling and a handful of prescriptions, my sister came to pick me up. She had been my real emergency contact all along, and I had called her as soon as I was done with the police. The fury in her voice when I told her the story about Kate was enough to power a small city. She took me back to her place to recover. I had no intention of going back to my apartment until it had been purged of Kate's presence. Kate, of course, started blowing up my phone. A string of frantic texts and missed calls. "Adam, I'm on my way to the hospital. I'm so sorry, my phone was on silent." A classic, pathetic lie. "Where are you? They said you were discharged. Why aren't you answering me? I'm freaking out." "This is all your fault. You sent the cops to my lunch to humiliate me." The progression from feigned concern to furious accusation was swift and telling. I didn't reply to any of it. I just blocked her number. The real story of her afternoon came from Julian. He, it turns out, was not interested in being a supporting character in her drama. He sent me a message on social media that evening. It was surprisingly direct. "Hey Adam," it read. "I don't know you well, but I was with Kate at lunch today. I just want you to know that I had no idea about your accident." The second the police left, I paid my half of the bill and got out of there. The way she dismissed something so serious, that's not a person I want to be associated with. I'm sorry for whatever part I played in your relationship issues. I'm done with her. Hope you have a fast recovery. It was a self-serving message, of course, designed to absolve himself of any guilt. But it confirmed my victory. I hadn't just humiliated her. I had exposed her true character to the very person she was trying to impress. She had lost her boyfriend and her best friend in the same afternoon. With my sister's help, I put the rest of my plan into motion. While I rested, she acted as my general. She called a moving company that specialized in content removal for breakups. She met them at my apartment the next day. They packed every single thing Kate owned, every piece of clothing, every shoe, every book, into boxes. They were instructed to leave the boxes neatly stacked in the living room. Then, my sister called a locksmith. The locks were changed. Finally, she sent a formal email to Kate from a new email address. The subject line was retrieval of personal property. The email read, "Kate, this email is to inform you that your relationship with Adam Sterling has been terminated. As you are not on the lease for his apartment, your residency has also been terminated. All of your personal belongings have been packed. You have a 48-hour window to arrange for their professional removal. You are to contact me, Adam's sister, at this email address to schedule a specific 2-hour time slot. You will be met at the property and allowed entry for the sole purpose of removing your belongings. You will not be permitted to remain in the apartment afterward. If your property is not removed within the 48-hour window, it will be considered abandoned and will be disposed of. Any attempt to contact Adam directly will be considered harassment." It was cold, it was legal, and it was final. She had abandoned me in my moment of need. I was now treating her with the same impersonal, logistical detachment. Final update. It has been 7 months since the accident. My arm has healed, the concussion is a distant memory, and my life is blessedly, wonderfully quiet. Kate, as instructed, coordinated with my sister to retrieve her belongings. The story I got was that she showed up with her father, looking sullen and defeated. She didn't say a word the entire time. She just directed the movers her father had hired, cleared out her boxes, and left the key on the counter. The social fallout for her was, from what I hear, absolute. The story of the police showing up at the Gilded Spoon became a legendary piece of gossip in her social circle. It was a story with no good spin. No one could defend her actions. She was the woman who chose brunch over her boyfriend in the ER. Her attempts to paint me as a manipulative villain failed spectacularly because the core facts were so damning. She lost most of her friends, not because they were loyal to me, but because they were embarrassed to be associated with her. She tried to reach out to me about a month ago. A long, rambling email full of excuses and non-apologies. She said she had panicked. She said she wasn't thinking clearly. She said Julian had put a lot of pressure on her. It was a masterclass in blame shifting. She concluded by saying she missed me and the stable life we had, and that she had learned her lesson. I didn't reply. I just created a new filter in my email to send anything from her address directly to the trash. Her lesson was not my concern. My revenge was not about the police or the public scene. That was just the delivery mechanism. The real revenge was in the quiet, decisive way I excised her from my life. She had treated me as an inconvenience, a background character in her exciting life. So I simply wrote her out of my script. I took the life I had built, the stability she had taken for granted, and I made it mine again, completely and totally. The most satisfying part is the quiet knowledge that I saw the truth and acted on it without hesitation. A relationship is a partnership, and the first rule of a partnership is that you show up when it counts. She didn't just fail the test, she set the test paper on fire and walked away laughing. The look on her face when the police officer approached her table was just the first consequence. The empty apartment, the silent phone, the life she lost, those were the real lessons. She couldn't risk getting sick before her fun trip. In the end, I was the one who was cured. I got rid of the sickness in my life, and that sickness was her.
I, 27 male, was having a pretty chill Tuesday afternoon working from home when my phone buzzed. Instagram notification. My girlfriend Vanessa, 25, posted something. Cool, probably another coffee aesthetic photo or her workout progress. Nope, it was a photo from last weekend, us at her cousin's wedding. I'm in my navy suit, which she picked out by the way, arm around her, both of us smiling. I thought we looked good together. The caption though? Ugh, why'd I always day down? Weary face hashtag, settling season hashtag, Canada better hashtag, just buying grill. I stared at my phone for a solid minute. Read it 3 times to make sure I wasn't having a stroke. The comments were already rolling in from her friends. Girl, you're too pretty for him. Anyway, nail polish. Know your worth, queen. Upgrade season loading. 2 years. 2 years I've been with this woman. Paid off her credit cards, $8,700. Helped her move 3 times. Drove her to work for 4 months when her car broke down. Supported her through her influencer journey. She has 3,400 followers. And she posts this? I didn't get angry. Didn't call her. Didn't text. I simply liked the post and commented. You're right. I'm packing your stuff. It's over. Then I got up, grabbed some boxes from the garage, and started packing. Update 1. The timeline was actually hilarious. 2:34 p.m. She posts the photo. 2:41 p.m. I comment. 2:51 p.m. First call comes in. 2:52 p.m. Second call. 2:53 p.m. Baby, please answer. 2:54 p.m. IT was a joke. 2:55 p.m. Everyone does this on social media. 2:56 p.m. You're overreacting. By 3 p.m., I had 17 missed calls and my DMs were flooded. I ignored them all and kept packing. Methodically. Her clothes, her 47 face serums, her ring light, her yoga mat she used twice. She was at work, dental hygienist, and couldn't leave until 5. Gave me plenty of time. Her sister Mia called around 3:30. Dude, what's going on? Vanessa's having a breakdown. Check her Instagram. Oh shit. Yeah, why would she post that? Great question. Her stuff will be in boxes by the door. Wait, you're seriously breaking up over a post? I'm breaking up over public disrespect. There's a difference. She didn't mean it like that. How else could dating down possibly be meant? Silence. That's what I thought. By 4:45, I had everything packed. 9 boxes total. I was generous. Included the coffee maker I bought, but she used more. Even bubble wrapped her succulent collection. Then I screenshotted the post for posterity and unfollowed her. Update 2. She rolled up at 5:23 p.m. in her friend Destiny's car. Ran to the door in her scrubs. Makeup smeared from crying. Baby, thank God you're here. We need to talk about this misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. Your stuff's right there. I pointed to the boxes lined up in the entryway. You can't be serious. It was a trend. Everyone posts stuff like that. Cool. Then everyone's boyfriend can pack their shit. Destiny got out of the car, attitude on maximum. This is so dramatic. It's just social media. Then why is she crying over losing someone she was dating down with? Vanessa pushed past me into the apartment. We live together. You can't just kick me out. Actually, I can. Lease is in my name. You're month to month. Here's your 30-day notice, but I pack your stuff as a courtesy, so you don't have to come back. I handed her the formal notice I printed. Yeah, I researched tenant law in the 2 hours I was packing. Preparation is key. Where am I supposed to go? Someone who dates down must have plenty of better options lined up, right? She actually stomped her foot. Like a toddler. IT was for engagement. Brittany told me controversial posts get more likes. Congratulations. You got 247 likes and lost your relationship. Great ROI. You're really ending 2 years over this. You ended it when you publicly humiliated me for internet points. I'll delete it. Already screenshotted. Plus all the comments of your friends calling me ugly and saying you deserve better. Which you agreed with, by the way. Heart emoji and everything. Her face went pale. You saw that. Thanks, babe, I know, right? That was your response to someone calling me a placeholder. Very nice. Update 3. The negotiation phase started immediately. I'll make a post saying you're amazing. Pass. I'll tell everyone it was a joke. It wasn't, though. Yes, it was. Jokes are funny. Disrespecting your partner for clout isn't. She switched tactics. Tears. Full waterworks. I love you. You know I do. People who love you don't publicly humiliate you. It's just how people talk online. It doesn't mean anything. Then me packing your stuff shouldn't mean anything either. It's just how people respond to disrespect. Destiny decided to jump in again. You're really going to throw away a good woman over pride? I laughed. Actually laughed. A good woman? She owes me almost $9 grand, cheated on her ex, which she told me proudly, by the way, and just publicly called me inadequate. What part of that screams good woman? She doesn't owe you anything. You offered to pay those cards. After she cried about possibly being evicted. But you're right, legally she doesn't owe me. Morally? Different story. Vanessa's phone started blowing up. Apparently, my comment was getting attention. Her followers were choosing sides. The drama was feeding the algorithm. Look what you've done. She showed me her phone. Everyone's calling me a bitch. You posted it, not me. But your comment made me look bad. The cognitive dissonance was astronomical. No, your post made you look bad. I just agreed with you. She tried one more angle. Where's my car? Oh yeah, forgot to mention, she'd been driving my spare car since hers broke down. A 2018 Honda Civic I kept for emergencies. Your car? The broken Nissan? Probably still at the mechanic where you left it 4 months ago. You know what I mean? And why Honda? It's in the garage. Keys, please. I need a car. Should have thought about that before publicly embarrassing someone who was helping you. She threw the keys at me. They hit the wall. Real mature. Update 4. The entitlement escalation was swift and spectacular. That night, she posted a crying selfie with a novel-length caption about toxic masculinity and how I couldn't handle a strong woman's humor. Apparently, I was financially abusive for asking for my car back and emotionally manipulative for checks notes, leaving after being publicly humiliated. Her mom called me at 11 p.m. How dare you put my daughter on street? She's literally at your house, Patricia. That's not the point. She needs stability. Then maybe she shouldn't destabilize her relationships for Instagram likes. It was harmless fun. So was packing her stuff. You're a controlling monster. She dodged a bullet. Great. Then everyone wins. The next morning, Vanessa showed up with a U-Haul and 4 friends. I let them in to get the boxes. She tried to take the TV. That's mine, I said. We watched it together. It's half mine. Receipt says otherwise. I pulled it up on my phone. She tried to grab the Nintendo Switch. This was a gift. To myself. For my birthday. Which you forgot. The air fryer. Amazon history shows I bought it. The bathroom rugs. Really? You want to fight over bathroom rugs? Her friend Brittany, the bad influence, piped up. Just give her something. Don't be petty. She can have the toilet brush. She's familiar with talking shit anyway. Destiny tried to grab a throw pillow. She picked these out, and I paid for them. See the pattern. They spent an hour trying to claim various items. The entitlement was staggering. Finally, Vanessa played her trump card. I want the necklace you gave me for Christmas. It's yours. It's in box 3. And the earrings for my birthday. Also in box 3. What about? Everything I ever gave you is in those boxes. I'm not petty. I'm just done. That seemed to break something in her. You really prepared for this. I had time while you were at work posting about dating down. Update 5. Day 3 brought the flying monkeys. Her co-worker texted, Vanessa's really sorry. She needs her job and can't focus. Can you please reconsider? Her yoga instructor med me. This is affecting her practice. Bad karma to hold grudges. Her best friend from college. She made one mistake. Everyone deserves a second chance. Even her hairdresser somehow got my number. Girl is stress eating. She really loves you. I responded to exactly none of them. But the best was when her ex, Trevor, reached out on Facebook. Bro, I know we don't know each other, but run. Run. She did the same thing to me. Posted about me being basic and how she needed a real man. I took her back. She did it 3 more times. You're smart for leaving. I responded to that one. Thanks for the heads up, man. No problem. By the way, she owes me $3,200. Good luck getting your money back, LOL. Well, that was enlightening. Day 4, she tried a new strategy. She posted a thirst trap bikini photo from last summer with the caption, focusing on myself flex biceps, hashtag new beginnings, hashtag upgrade in progress. Her friends hyped her up in the comments. Yes, queen. He never deserved you. Hot girl summer loading. Cool. I posted a photo of my clean, organized apartment with a caption, amazing how much space you have when you remove dead weight. Hashtag peaceful. Petty? Maybe. Satisfying? Absolutely. She called screaming. You're being vindictive. I'm matching your energy. That's different. Ow, I was just... You're actually trying to hurt me. No, I'm living my life. You should try it. Focus on yourself, remember? Update 6. Week 2 brought the desperation. She showed up at my gym. I switched my workout time. She appeared in my regular coffee shop. I found a new one. She accidentally texted me. Miss you, baby. Can we talk? Then immediately, sorry. Wrong person. Sure, Jan. Her sister Mia reached out again, more reasonable this time. Look, I get why you're hurt. The post was fucked up, but she's spiraling. Lost her job because she kept crying at work. Can't you just talk to her? She lost her job? Yeah, wouldn't stop checking her phone and had a breakdown during a cleaning. The dentist let her go. That's unfortunate. That's all you have to say? What else should I say? She's an adult who made choices. You could help her. I did help her. For 2 years. She thanked me by publicly humiliating me. She knows she messed up. Knowledge without change is worthless. Her mom called again, different tone this time. She needs to get her things from your apartment. Everything of hers is gone. She says you kept her grandmother's ring. This was a lie. The ring she inherited last year? It's in box 4, wrapped in tissue paper. I have photos of me packing it, timestamp included. Oh, she said you kept it. I kept nothing of hers. Check the boxes. Later, Mia texted, found the ring. She forgot she had it. Sorry. No apology from Vanessa, though. Update 7. The rock bottom hit in week 3. Vanessa made a TikTok. It went semi-viral. 47K views. Day in the life of a girl who lost everything for a joke. Crying. Showing her childhood bedroom at her parents'. Talking about her narcissistic ex who couldn't take a joke. The comments were mixed. Girl, what did you expect? Play stupid games. You literally called him inadequate publicly. Team her. It was just social media. Imagine fumbling a man who paid your debts. She responded to the supportive ones, ignored the critical ones. Then someone found the original Instagram post, the internet is forever, and reposted it. The tide turned quick. Oh, so you humiliated him first. Dating down? Then he upgraded by leaving. The audacity to play victim now. She deleted the TikTok, but screenshots were everywhere. Her friend Brittany threw her under the bus to save face. I told her not to post that, but she thought it would be funny, woman shrugging. Destiny posted, lesson learned, appreciate what you have before it's gone. The rats were fleeing the sinking ship. Then I got a Venmo request from Vanessa for $1,847. The note, half of rent for the months I lived there. The audacity. I declined it and sent her one for $8,700. Note, credit cards I paid off. She called immediately. Are you serious right now? As serious as you charging me back rent after living rent-free for a year. I contributed. How? Emotional support? Because financially, I have receipts showing otherwise. I cooked. Ramen twice a week isn't cooking. I clean. Your hair from the shower drain doesn't count. This is financial abuse. No, it's accountability. New concept for you, I know. Update 8. Month 2 brought the replacement attempt. She started dating some dude named Garrett. Real estate agent, drove a Tesla, posted gym selfies with philosophy quotes. Everything she claimed she wanted. She made sure I knew about it. Posted stories at restaurants I'd taken her to. Tagged locations near my apartment. Full psychological warfare. Her cousin, who still followed me, sent me screenshots of her private story. Vanessa was struggling. Garrett was cheap, made her split everything 50-50ths. He criticized her social media addiction. He didn't want to hear about her day. He was everything I wasn't, and apparently that sucked. One particularly telling post. When you realize what you had, pensive face. I was living my best life. Started taking cooking classes. Turns out I enjoy it when I'm not cooking for someone who complains. Joined a hiking group. Got promoted at work. Amazing what happens when you're not stressed about relationship drama. Then came the nuclear option. She posted a memory, a photo of us from 6 months ago with the caption, throwing it back to when I didn't appreciate what I had. Growth means admitting when you're wrong. At my username, I'm sorry. Public apology. Tag and all. My phone exploded. Mutual friends asking if we were getting back together. Her family liking the post. Random people commenting, this is growth. Love this for you. Maturity. I didn't respond. Didn't like it. Didn't acknowledge it. She waited 24 hours, then called from a friend's phone. I'd blocked her number. Did you see my post? Yep. And what? I apologized. Publicly. That's what you wanted. I wanted respect when we were together. Apologies after the fact don't change anything. So that's it. You're just done. Been done since you posted about dating down. IT was 2 months ago. And people change into who they really were all along. You just showed me earlier than most. You're going to regret this. I'm the best thing that ever happened to you. The best thing that happened to me was you showing your true colors before I proposed. Dead silence. You were going to propose. Was. Past tense. Bullet dodged. She hung up. Final update. It's been 4 months now. Life's actually pretty great. Vanessa's still with Garrett, according to social media. Though her posts went from living my best life to motivational quotes about struggle and growth. Latest one was, sometimes the person you want most is the person you're best without. Sure, Vanessa. Whatever helps you sleep. Her mom reached out last week. Apparently, Vanessa needs a reference for a new apartment. Garrett won't let her move in, smart man. Could you just tell them she was a good tenant? Patricia, she lived with me rent-free and publicly disrespected me. I'm not lying for her. It's not lying. She did live there. As what? A good tenant pays rent and doesn't trash talk their landlord online. You're so bitter. I'm honest. There's a difference. Her sister Mia and I actually became friends through this. She apologized for her family's behavior and we grab coffee sometimes. She told me Vanessa's struggling. Can't keep a job. Garrett's getting tired of her social media addiction, and she owes her parents 3 months of back rent from living at home. She keeps saying she messed up with you. Mia told me last week. She did. Would you ever consider? No, didn't think so. For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing. She needed consequences. How's that working out? She's the same. Blames everyone else. Says you overreacted. Then cries about losing you. It's exhausting. Not my circus anymore. The best part? I ran into Trevor, her ex, at a bar. We actually became buddies. Trauma bonding at its finest. He showed me old posts where she did the exact same thing to him. The patterns were identical. Dude, she called me practice for her real relationship on Twitter. And you took her back? 3 times. I was an idiot. We all learn eventually. Some of you might think I was too harsh, that it was just a social media post. But here's the thing. Respect is non-negotiable. The moment someone thinks it's okay to publicly humiliate you for attention is the moment they've shown you who they are. Vanessa thought she was upgrading, thought the grass was greener, thought she could do better. Cool. Now she gets to live with that choice. Me? I'm dating someone new. Her name's Rebecca. Know what she posted about me last week? A photo of us cooking together with the caption, "Found my teammate Red Heart." No humiliation. No settling. No backhanded compliments. Just appreciation. Turns out when you don't tolerate disrespect, you make room for someone who actually values you. Vanessa's probably somewhere right now telling people I'm the villain in her story, that I abandoned her over a joke, that I'm petty and couldn't take a little humor. That's fine. I know the truth. You know the truth. And deep down, so does she. Sometimes the best response to dating down is to show them what up looks like. And it looks like me in my peaceful apartment with someone who respects me, living my life without drama, manipulation, or public humiliation. Funny how dating down turned into her falling down while I'm rising up. Life has a sense of humor like that.
My parents humiliated me by saying I would never be as good as my brother. So I said, then tell him to pay the bills from now on. You won't get another cent from me. They still mocked me, saying it wasn't my money, but the family's. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you won't miss more stories, and leave your like on the video. My name is Alex, and for 23 years, I've been the family ghost. You know that feeling when you're standing right there, but everyone looks through you like you're made of air? That's been my entire existence. Growing up, I was always the one locked in her room with the computer, while my older brother Marcus was the pride of the family. Every family dinner, every gathering, every conversation somehow circled back to his achievements. Got a promotion at 25? Marcus is incredible. Bought his first car? What a responsible young man. Meanwhile, I spent my nights hunched over my laptop, teaching myself makeup techniques, video editing, and diving deep into personal finance videos until 3 in the morning. "What are you doing in there all night?" my mother would ask, poking her head into my room around midnight. "Playing games again?" "Learning," I'd mumble, not bothering to explain that I was studying color theory and watching business tutorials. What was the point? She'd already decided it was just girl stuff, meaningless entertainment that would never amount to anything real. My father was even worse. "Stop wasting time with that computer nonsense," he'd say whenever he caught me editing a video or practicing a makeup look. "Why don't you help your mother with dinner instead? That's more useful for a young woman." But Marcus? Oh, Marcus could spend entire weekends playing video games, and somehow that was networking and strategic thinking. When he finally got his marketing degree, after changing majors twice and taking an extra year, the celebration lasted 3 days. When I started my beauty and lifestyle channel and got my first 1,000 subscribers, my father literally said, "That's nice, honey. Can you take out the trash?" The pattern was so clear it hurt. Marcus breathed, and they applauded. I achieved something real, something I'd built from scratch with zero support, and they treated it like a cute hobby that would eventually fade away. "You know your brother is naturally gifted with people," my mother would tell neighbors, her voice swelling with pride. "He's going to run his own company someday." Alex, well, she likes to play with makeup. Play with makeup. As if I hadn't spent 2 years learning lighting, building an audience, understanding algorithms, and teaching myself business basics they couldn't even pronounce. As if my videos weren't helping other young women feel confident and learn skills. As if the small but growing income I was generating wasn't actual money. But here's what really got to me, what still keeps me awake some nights. Every single achievement of mine got minimized, but every tiny step Marcus took got magnified into this grand success story. When he got his first apartment, it was, "Marcus is so independent and mature." When I mentioned wanting to move out, it was, "Why would you leave family? You have everything you need here." The truth was, they needed me here. Not because they loved having me around, but because someone had to be the invisible support system. Someone had to be the one who never asked for anything, never demanded recognition, never expected to be seen as anything more than the helper in the background. And slowly, so slowly I didn't even notice it happening. That's exactly what I became. The daughter who stayed quiet during family photos while Marcus got positioned in the center. The sister who cleaned up after family gatherings while he got to socialize with relatives who asked about his career plans. The young woman who made herself smaller and smaller until she practically disappeared, convinced that maybe they were right. Maybe I really wasn't as good as my golden child brother. But something was growing inside me during those late nights with my laptop. Something they couldn't see because they weren't looking. While they celebrated Marcus for doing the bare minimum, I was building something real. While they praised him for getting a regular job, I was creating content that actually mattered to people. I just didn't know yet that this invisible daughter was about to become very visible in ways they never expected. It started innocently enough. I was 19, and my little beauty channel had just hit its first milestone. 5,000 subscribers and my first real sponsorship deal. $300 for featuring a skincare brand I actually loved. I was over the moon. "That's wonderful, sweetheart," my mother said when I showed her the email, though her smile seemed forced. "Since you're making some money now, maybe you could help with the electric bill this month. It's been a bit high." "Just until Friday," she said. "Just this once." The bill was $87, and I handed over the cash without hesitation. It felt good to contribute, to finally be useful to my family in a way they could understand. Marcus, meanwhile, had just started his entry-level marketing job and was living paycheck to paycheck, according to everyone's constant worry about his finances. "Poor Marcus is learning to be responsible," my father would say. "We shouldn't burden him with household expenses while he's getting established." But I was getting established too. My subscriber count was growing steadily, and brands were starting to notice. I had reinvested every penny back into better equipment, lighting, and products to review. My tiny room had transformed into a professional-looking setup that I was genuinely proud of. 2 weeks after the electric bill, it was the gas bill. Then groceries. "Just this week," my mother would say. "We're a little short. Always temporary. Always urgent. Always directed at me, never at Marcus." By my 20th birthday, it had become routine. The first of every month, I'd get a text message with a list. Electric $92, gas $34, internet $67, groceries $120. Can you transfer by Wednesday? I'd built up to 15,000 subscribers by then, and my monthly income had grown to around $800. Not life-changing money, but enough to feel proud of what I'd accomplished. Enough to start dreaming about moving out, maybe getting my own place, building my brand into something bigger. Instead, I was transferring $600 a month to my parents' account. It's only fair, my father explained when I finally worked up the courage to ask why Marcus wasn't contributing. You're living here rent-free, eating our food, using our utilities. Since you're making money from home, it makes sense that you'd cover the home expenses. The logic seemed sound, even though something about it felt off. Marcus lived here too, ate our food too, used the same utilities, but he had real job expenses, gas for his car, work clothes, lunch meetings. My work happened in my bedroom, so obviously I had no real expenses. Right? Wrong. I was spending my own money on every single thing that appeared in my videos. Makeup, skincare, accessories, lighting equipment, editing software subscriptions. None of that was free. But when I mentioned it, my father waved his hand dismissively. Those are your hobbies, Alex. We're talking about actual family responsibilities. My hobbies. The work that was paying their bills was just my hobbies. The worst part wasn't even the money, though watching my savings account stay flat month after month was depressing enough. The worst part was the complete lack of recognition. Every month, I'd transfer hundreds of dollars to keep our household running. And every month, the family narrative stayed the same. Marcus was the responsible one, the one who understood real-world obligations, while I was still just playing around with my computer. I'm so proud of how Marcus is maturing, my mother told our neighbor one afternoon, right in front of me. He's really stepping up as the man of the house, helping with all our expenses. I looked up from my laptop, confused. But I'm the one who— Alex, honey, don't interrupt adult conversation, my mother said smoothly. Why don't you go practice your makeup or something? That night, I stared at my bank account. 11 months of contributing to family expenses, and somehow Marcus was getting credit for my financial responsibility. I was literally paying for the privilege of being invisible, funding my own erasure from the family success story. But I kept paying, kept transferring, kept hoping that eventually they'd see what I was doing. That eventually my contributions would matter enough to acknowledge. The lies started small, but they grew into something monstrous that made me question my own reality. It was during one of our extended family barbecues when I first noticed the pattern. My uncle was asking about household expenses, making conversation about rising costs and how hard it was for families to manage everything these days. Oh, we're blessed to have Marcus, my father said, flipping burgers with obvious pride. He's really stepped up since getting his job. Takes care of the electric bill, gas, even helps with groceries. Real man of the house material. I nearly choked on my lemonade. I had literally transferred money for the electric bill 3 days earlier. The gas bill had come out of my account automatically for the past 8 months. I'd bought the groceries we were eating that very afternoon. That's wonderful, my uncle replied, clapping Marcus on the shoulder. Good to see a young man taking responsibility. Marcus just nodded and smiled, not correcting a single word, not mentioning that he'd never paid a single utility bill in his life. I waited for the conversation to move on, then approached my mother in the kitchen. Mom, why did Dad tell everyone Marcus pays the electric bill? She looked at me with that patient expression she used when she thought I was being silly. Well, honey, Marcus handles a lot of the family finances. You just help out here and there with your little income. My little income. The income that had grown to over $1,000 a month and was now covering nearly half of all household expenses. But I literally pay the electric bill. It comes out of my account. You give money to the family and we allocate it where it's needed, my mother said, as if explaining something obvious to a child. Marcus makes the financial decisions about which bills get paid when. That's very different from just handing over some cash. That's when it clicked. They weren't just taking credit for my money. They were systematically rewriting the narrative to make Marcus the financial hero, while I remained the invisible contributor. The pattern became impossible to ignore once I started paying attention. At family dinners, when costs came up, my father would say things like, Marcus has been handling our utility situation really well, or, we're lucky Marcus is so good with managing the household budget. I was the one checking account balances, setting up automatic payments, and tracking expenses in a spreadsheet I'd created. But somehow, Marcus was the one with financial skills. The most infuriating part was how they gendered everything. When I tried to discuss household budgeting, my father would say, let's not worry your pretty head about numbers, Alex. That's man's work. But when it came time to actually fund those budgets, Suddenly, it was my responsibility as the daughter, living at home. Women are naturally better at the day-to-day stuff, my mother would explain to her friends. Alex helps with the small household things, but Marcus handles the big financial planning. Small household things. I was covering mortgage payments during tight months, but that was just small household things. The breaking point came during a family dinner when my cousin asked about our family's financial strategy for handling inflation. My father launched into a detailed explanation about how Marcus had restructured our entire budget and taken over as the family's financial planner. Every word was a lie. Every strategy he described was something I had researched, proposed, and implemented. Every success he was attributing to Marcus was actually my work, my money, my late nights figuring out how to stretch our budget. Alex just focuses on her makeup videos, my father concluded with a dismissive laugh. She's not really interested in serious financial planning. That's more of a man's domain anyway. I sat there, fork halfway to my mouth, watching my entire contribution to this family get erased and handed to my brother like some kind of participation trophy. 2 years of supporting this household financially, and not only was I getting zero recognition, my actual work was being used to build up Marcus's reputation as some kind of financial genius. That night, I pulled up my banking app and started scrolling through months of transactions, transfer after transfer after transfer. Thousands of dollars flowing from my account to theirs, while they told everyone that their son was the family's financial backbone. I wasn't just invisible anymore. I was actively being erased, my contributions rewritten and redistributed to maintain their preferred version of reality where men handled money and women played with makeup. But I was done being a ghost in my own life. My father's birthday dinner was supposed to be a celebration. The whole family gathered around our dining room table, wine glasses raised, everyone sharing their favorite memories and expressing gratitude. It should have been a beautiful evening. Instead, it became the night everything changed. We'd just finished the main course, a meal I'd paid for, by the way, when my father asked for grocery money the day before, when the conversation turned to family achievement. My aunt was gushing about her daughter's new job, and somehow that led to my parents bragging about Marcus's recent promotion. "We're just so proud," my mother beamed, reaching over to squeeze Marcus's hand. "He's really become the man of this house. Handles all our finances, keeps everything organized, always thinking about the family's future." I took a large gulp of wine and tried to swallow my frustration along with it. Same lies, different audience. That's when my father, emboldened by the attention and the alcohol, decided to add his own commentary. He raised his glass with a wide smile and said, "Here's the truth about my children. Marcus here, he's got what it takes. Natural leadership, financial intelligence, real ambition. He's going places." He paused, looking directly at me with what I can only describe as pity mixed with condescension. "Alex, well, bless her heart, she tries. But you know what they say, you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. She's never going to be as good as her brother. Marcus knows how to take care of family." The table went quiet for a moment before nervous laughter rippled around the room. Someone made a joke about sibling rivalry. Another person mentioned how different children can be. The conversation moved on like nothing had happened, but something had broken inside me. I sat there, smile frozen on my face, while my brain did rapid calculations. In the past 12 months alone, I had transferred over $7,000 to my parents' account. $7,000 that had kept this household running while they told everyone that Marcus was our financial savior. Marcus, who still asked me to borrow $20 for gas money. Marcus, who had never once looked at a household bill or worried about whether we could afford groceries. Marcus, who was apparently naturally gifted at managing money he'd never actually managed. "More wine, sweetheart?" my mother asked me, already reaching for the bottle. "I'm fine," I managed, though nothing about this situation was fine. The evening dragged on. More stories about Marcus's brilliance, more casual dismissals of my work, more lies about who was actually keeping this family financially stable. By the time dessert was served, a cake I'd also paid for, I felt like I was going to explode. As everyone was getting ready to leave, my mother cornered me in the kitchen with her usual monthly request disguised as casual conversation. "Oh, Alex. Honey, before I forget, we're going to need paper towels, toilet paper, and some other household essentials this week. Could you pick those up when you go out?" Paper towels. After listening to my father announce to our entire extended family that I'd never be as good as my brother, after watching them credit Marcus for my financial contributions for the 100th time, after being reduced to nothing more than a failed disappointment who tries, my mother wanted to make sure I knew my real value to this family. I was the girl who bought paper towels. "Sure, Mom," I said, because what else was I supposed to say? But inside, something fundamental had shifted. That night, I sat in my room with my laptop open, staring at my bank statements. Every transfer, every payment, every time I'd prioritize this family's needs over my own financial goals. The numbers told a story completely different from the one my father had shared at dinner. I wasn't the family disappointment. I was the family's secret weapon, the invisible financial engine they relied on while publicly crediting someone else for my work. But I was done being invisible. I was done being the sow's ear in their silk purse fantasy, and I was definitely done buying paper towels for people who thought I'd never amount to anything. It was time for them to see exactly how good I really was, by showing them what happened when I stopped being good to them. I couldn't sleep after the birthday dinner. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard my father's voice. "You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear." The dismissive laughter from the table. The way Marcus just sat there, accepting credit for work he'd never done, money he'd never earned. At 2 a.m, I gave up on sleep and opened my laptop. I started with my banking app, but this time I wasn't just glancing at recent transactions. I was going back to the beginning, to that first innocent $87 electric bill that started this whole mess. I opened a spreadsheet and began what I can only describe as an archaeological dig through my own financial exploitation. Month by month, transfer by transfer, I documented everything. Not just the obvious bills, but all of it. The emergency car repair for Marcus that I'd covered. The family vacation deposit that somehow became my responsibility. The countless grocery runs, utility payments, and random expenses that had been casually shifted onto my shoulders over the past 3 years. The numbers were staggering. Electric bills, $2,147 over 3 years. Gas bills, $1,456. Internet, $2,412. Those were just the monthly utilities that had somehow become my responsibility because I worked from home. But then there were the extras, the emergency expenses that were never really emergencies. Marcus needed new work clothes, $340. The family needed a new washing machine, $680. Christmas gifts for extended family, $290. Marcus's car insurance when he was between paychecks, $150 monthly for 8 months. Every single transaction had a story behind it. A sob story, usually, or a guilt trip about family loyalty, or a casual assumption that since I was just playing around online, my money wasn't really mine anyway. By 4 a.m, I had reached a total that made my stomach turn, $11,247, nearly $12,000. In 3 years, I had transferred almost $12,000 to keep this family running while they told everyone that Marcus was the financially responsible one. But it wasn't just the money that exhausted me as I stared at that spreadsheet. It was everything else these numbers represented. Every time I'd eaten ramen for a week so I could cover their emergency. Every time I'd delayed buying equipment for my channel because family expenses came first. Every opportunity I'd missed. Every investment in my own future I'd postponed. Because being a good daughter meant putting everyone else's needs before my own. I thought about the equipment I could have bought with that money, the courses I could have taken, the apartment deposit I could have saved, the financial security I could have built for myself instead of building it for people who saw me as their backup bank account. I scrolled through my channel analytics, looking at the growth I'd managed despite everything. 32,000 subscribers now, brand partnerships that were getting bigger and better, revenue that was approaching $1,500 a month when I wasn't sending half of it to my parents. But what really broke my heart was the comment section under my latest video. Message after message from young women thanking me for helping them feel confident, for teaching them techniques they couldn't afford to learn elsewhere, for showing them that they could build something meaningful even if nobody else believed in them. I was inspiring other women to value themselves while completely failing to value myself. The exhaustion hit me then. Not physical tiredness, but a bone-deep emotional exhaustion that comes from years of being undervalued and exploited by the people who were supposed to love you most. I wasn't angry anymore. I was just tired of carrying everyone else while being treated like I wasn't carrying anything at all. I saved the spreadsheet and titled it, The Real Family Financial History. Then I sat back and looked at my reflection in my dark bedroom window. The girl staring back at me looked older than 23, worn down by years of making herself smaller, so everyone else could feel bigger. For the first time in my adult life, I asked myself a question that should have been obvious. What would happen if I stopped? What would happen to this household if the invisible daughter became actually invisible? If the money they depended on but never acknowledged suddenly disappeared? If Marcus had to prove he was really the financial genius they claimed he was? The thought should have scared me. Instead, it felt like the first deep breath I'd taken in years. I wasn't a sow's ear. I was the silk purse they'd been carrying around, taking for granted, while pretending someone else had sewn me together. Time to show them what they'd actually been carrying all along. The next morning, I woke up with a clarity I hadn't felt in years. The exhaustion from the night before had transformed into something sharper, more focused. I had a mission now. I spent the entire day creating what I privately called my freedom file. Every bank statement, every transfer confirmation, every text message requesting money. I screenshot everything and organized it chronologically. 3 years of financial exploitation, documented with receipts. But this wasn't about revenge. This was about truth. About finally having concrete proof of my contributions, when they inevitably tried to gaslight me into believing I was being dramatic or ungrateful. I printed everything. Bank statements, transfer receipts, even screenshots of text messages where they'd asked for money and promised it was just this once, or temporary. The stack of papers was 3 inches thick. 3 inches of evidence that I'd been supporting this family while they gave credit to someone else. As I organized the documents, I kept finding details I'd forgotten, like how I'd covered Marcus's car payment for 2 months when he was adjusting to his new job responsibilities, or the time I'd paid for my father's dental work because it was an emergency that couldn't wait until his next paycheck. Every single expense had been framed as urgent, temporary, or just good family values, but when you laid them all out chronologically, the pattern was clear. I had been systematically transformed from daughter to ATM, so gradually that I'd barely noticed it happening. The most damning evidence was in my own notes. I'd been tracking expenses for tax purposes since my channel income had grown, and I'd noted the purpose of every family transfer. Electric bill. Mom said Marcus is saving up for apartment. Groceries. Dad's overtime got cut this week. Marcus car insurance, helping until he gets established. Marcus still lived at home. Dad's overtime had been restored 6 months ago. Every justification had been temporary, but my financial responsibility had become permanent. I also printed out screenshots from my channel's analytics. Subscriber growth, engagement rates, brand partnership emails, revenue reports. Everything that proved this wasn't just a hobby or side hustle. This was a legitimate business that I'd built from nothing while financially supporting 3 adults who dismissed it as playing with makeup. By evening, I had created 2 identical files. One for me, one for them. Not because I planned to hand it over immediately, but because I wanted to be prepared for the conversation that was coming. But first, I needed to practice saying the word that had been foreign to me for 3 years. No. I stood in front of my bedroom mirror and tried different versions. No, I can't cover that. No, that's not my responsibility. No, ask Marcus since he's apparently so good with finances. It felt strange, almost wrong. I'd been conditioned to be the agreeable daughter, the helper, the one who never caused problems. Saying no felt like breaking character, but I thought about that comment section under my videos. All those young women thanking me for teaching them self-confidence, for showing them their worth. How could I inspire others to value themselves when I clearly didn't value myself? I opened my laptop and started typing an email to myself. Dear Alex, you are not responsible for funding other people's lives. You are not obligated to be invisible so others can shine. You are not required to accept credit for other people's accomplishments being transferred to them. Your money is your money. Your success is your success. You deserve recognition for your contributions. You deserve respect for your achievements. You deserve to put your own financial future first. Say no. Mean it. Don't justify it. You are enough, exactly as you are. I saved it in my drafts folder, a reminder for when my resolve started to weaken. Then I opened my banking app and did something I'd never done before. I calculated how much money I'd have in my account if I stopped making family transfers immediately. With my current income of $1,500 a month, minus my actual personal expenses of about $400, I could be saving over $1,000 monthly. In 1 year, I could have enough for a solid emergency fund, a new apartment, and significant investments in growing my business. In 2 years, I could be completely financially independent, but only if I stopped being everyone else's financial safety net. I looked at my calendar. Tomorrow was the first of the month, bill day, text message day, the day when my mother would send me the list of expenses that had somehow become my responsibility. For the first time in 3 years, I was going to respond differently. I wasn't going to be angry or dramatic. I wasn't going to lecture or blame. I was simply going to say no, provide the documentation of why, and redirect their requests to the person they'd been telling everyone was actually handling our finances anyway. If Marcus was really as financially capable as they claimed, tomorrow he'd get the chance to prove it. The text came at exactly 9:17 a.m., just like clockwork. Electric $94, gas $41, internet $67, groceries needed $150. Can you transfer by Wednesday? Thanks, honey. I stared at my phone for a full minute before typing back. No. Just that. No explanation, no apology, no alternative suggestion. Just no. My phone rang within 30 seconds. Alex? What do you mean, no? My mother's voice was confused, like I'd responded in a foreign language. I mean, no, I won't be transferring money for bills anymore. Is everything okay? Are you having financial problems with your little channel? My little channel. Even now, even when asking for my money, she couldn't acknowledge what I'd built. I'm fine, Mom. I just won't be covering family expenses anymore. Marcus can handle it since everyone says he's so good with finances. There was a pause. Alex, don't be ridiculous. Marcus has his own expenses. You live here, you should contribute. I have been contributing. For 3 years. We need to talk. Family dinner tonight. I hung up before she could argue. That evening, I walked into the dining room with my printed file folder. My parents were already seated, Marcus looking confused about why he'd been summoned to what was clearly going to be a serious conversation. I sat down and opened the folder. We need to discuss family finances. My father immediately bristled. Alex, I don't think you understand how... I understand perfectly. I pulled out the first bank statement. In the past 3 years, I've transferred $11,847 into this family's expenses. Electric bills, gas, internet, groceries, emergencies, and random expenses that somehow became my responsibility. I spread out the papers like evidence at a trial, because that's what this was. A trial where I was both prosecutor and defendant, accused of being ungrateful while providing evidence of my own exploitation. Now I keep hearing from everyone about how Marcus handles our family finances and how he's such a responsible financial planner. But according to these bank records, Marcus has contributed exactly $0 to household expenses. Marcus shifted uncomfortably. Alex, that's not really how... How what? How money works? I pulled out another set of papers. These are screenshots from 3 weeks ago where Dad told the whole barbecue that Marcus handles the electric bill. This is the electric bill payment confirmation from my account, dated 2 days before that barbecue. My father's face was reddening. Young lady, I don't appreciate your tone, and I don't appreciate being erased. I kept my voice level, professional. Every month for 3 years, I've funded this household. Every family gathering for 3 years, Marcus gets credit for my financial contributions. I'm done. You're being dramatic, my mother said, though her voice lacked conviction. We're a family. Families help each other. Families also acknowledge each other's contributions. When's the last time anyone thanked me for paying a bill? When's the last time anyone mentioned my name when bragging about our household financial management? Women don't need to be recognized for every little thing they do, my father said. And there it was, the sexism laid bare. That's just being a good daughter. Marcus has bigger responsibilities. Like what? I interrupted. What financial responsibilities does Marcus have that I don't know about? Silence. Because according to my records, his biggest financial responsibility has been asking me to borrow gas money. You don't understand, my mother said, trying a different approach. Marcus is planning for his future, building his career. He needs to save his money for important things. And I don't? My business doesn't matter? My future doesn't count? I pulled out my channel analytics. I have 32,000 subscribers and growing brand partnerships. This isn't a hobby. This is a career that I've built while funding this family. It's not the same thing, my father said dismissively. Playing with makeup online isn't a real job. The $15,000 I made last year says otherwise. The taxes I paid on that income say otherwise. The household bills I covered with that income definitely say otherwise. I stood up and gathered my papers. Here's what's going to happen. I'm no longer covering any household expenses. If Marcus is really the financial genius you keep telling everyone he is, he can prove it by actually handling finances. This is ungrateful and disrespectful, my father said, his voice rising. After everything we've done for you? After everything I've done for you, I corrected. 3 years of being your invisible bank account while watching someone else get credit for my contributions. That stops now. Fine, my mother said, clearly thinking this was a bluff that would last maybe a week. Marcus can handle the bills. I looked at Marcus, who had been suspiciously quiet through this entire confrontation. Can you? Can you handle $350 a month in bills on top of your own expenses? His silence was answer enough. I'm not trying to hurt anyone, I said as I headed toward the door. I'm just done being invisible. From now on, I'm taking care of my own financial future. Marcus can take care of his. Behind me, I heard my father mutter, "Selfish girl thinks she knows better than her family." But for the first time in years, I felt like I actually did know better. I knew better than to accept being diminished. I knew better than to fund my own erasure. And I knew better than to believe that my contributions didn't matter just because they came with 2 X chromosomes. The next few days were tense, filled with the kind of charged silence that follows a family earthquake. I could hear hushed conversations between my parents that stopped whenever I entered a room. Marcus avoided eye contact entirely, probably hoping this whole thing would blow over if he just pretended it wasn't happening. But I wasn't backing down. Wednesday came and went, the day I would normally have transferred money for the bills. My phone stayed silent. No reminder texts, no casual requests, no guilt trips about family responsibility. Thursday morning, my mother knocked on my bedroom door. "Alex, honey, I think we need to discuss your new boundaries." I looked up from my laptop where I was editing my latest video. "What about them?" "Well, the electric bill is due Friday, and Marcus is having some cash flow issues this week. Maybe just this once." "No. You're not even going to hear me out?" "I don't need to." The answer is no. Bills are no longer my responsibility. Remember? Marcus handles our finances now. Her patient expression cracked slightly. "Alex, you're being unreasonable. We raised you, housed you, fed you. The least you can do is contribute when we're in a tight spot. I contributed for 3 years. Now it's someone else's turn." I turned back to my laptop. Marcus should be able to handle 1 electric bill if he's really as financially capable as everyone claims. That evening, things escalated. My father barged into my room without knocking, holding a printed electric bill like it was evidence of a crime. "This is due tomorrow, and your brother doesn't have the money right now. Are you really going to let our electricity get shut off because you're having some kind of tantrum?" I saved my work and turned to face him. "Are you really going to let our electricity get shut off because you spent 3 years lying about who actually pays the bills?" "This is ridiculous, Alex. You live here too. These are shared expenses." "Great. Then let's actually share them. Marcus pays this month. I'll pay next month. Fair?" My father's face reddened. "That's not how it works. Marcus has real responsibilities. And I don't?" I stood up, feeling that familiar fire building in my chest. My business is growing faster than his career. I'm making more money than he is. I've been financially responsible for 3 years while he's been playing pretend financial advisor. So explain to me why his money is too important to spend on bills, but mine isn't. "Because you're a woman living in your parents' house?" he exploded. "This is what daughters do. They help their families until they get married and become someone else's responsibility." There it was. The truth behind all the financial manipulation, all the credit stealing, all the dismissal of my achievements. In their minds, I wasn't a person building a career and a future. I was just a temporary resident waiting to become someone else's problem. "I'm not anyone's responsibility," I said quietly. "And I'm not anyone's bank account. Find another way to pay the bill." "You're being selfish and disrespectful," my mother said from the doorway, where she'd appeared to back up my father's tantrum. "After everything we've done for you?" "After everything I've done for you," I corrected, pulling out my phone. "Want me to read you the list of every bill I've paid? Every emergency I've covered? Every time I chose family financial stability over my own savings goals? That money wasn't even really yours," my father said, and my blood went cold. "That was family money. Money you earned living in our house, eating our food, using our internet. You don't get to act like you were doing us some huge favor. Family money. 3 years of building a business, creating content, working with brands, paying taxes on my income, and he thought my money belonged to the family. Then I guess the family is about to learn to live without family money," I said, "because this bank account is now closed to everyone but me." "Fine," my father shouted. "Be selfish, but don't come crying to us when you realize how good you had it here. And don't come asking me for money when you realize how much you actually depended on me," I shot back. They stormed out, slamming my door hard enough to rattle the walls. I sat back down at my laptop, hands shaking slightly from adrenaline, and did something I'd never done before. I opened my banking app and changed all my account passwords. No more automatic transfers. No more easy access. No more assuming my money was available for family emergencies. My phone buzzed with a text from Marcus. "Alex, can we talk? This is getting out of hand." I typed back, "What's out of hand is me funding a household for 3 years while everyone pretended you were doing it." Want to talk? Figure out how to pay the electric bill first. That night, I heard my parents on the phone with relatives, probably trying to borrow money for the utilities. The conversation was muffled, but I caught phrases like, going through a difficult phase, and doesn't understand family values. I put on my headphones and kept working on my video. A tutorial about building confidence and setting boundaries. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was teaching other women to value themselves while my own family was learning exactly how much they'd been undervaluing me. The electricity stayed on. Somehow, they found the money. But the dynamic had fundamentally shifted. I was no longer the invisible safety net, and they were starting to realize what that actually meant. The smear campaign started subtly, the way these things always do. First, it was my aunt calling to check on me after hearing I was going through a difficult time. Then my cousin mentioned that my mother had told her I was struggling with some jealousy issues regarding Marcus's success. But the real masterpiece was my mother's Facebook post. Sometimes as parents, we have to love our children through their difficult phases, praying for wisdom as we navigate family challenges. Some children struggle with gratitude and comparing themselves to their siblings. Motherhood. Family. Blessed. 12 comments of support. Stay strong, Mama. Difficult children are often God's way of teaching us patience. Don't give up on her. She'll come around. I screenshot the post before she inevitably deleted it, adding it to my growing collection of evidence. Because while my family was busy rewriting history, I was documenting the real version. The narrative they were constructing was masterful in its simplicity. I was the jealous, ungrateful daughter who couldn't handle her brother's success. I was having some kind of breakdown, possibly driven by envy, and my refusal to help family was just acting out. I heard Alex is going through something, my neighbor mentioned when I was getting the mail. Your mother mentioned she's been a bit difficult lately. Growing up is hard, I guess. Difficult. That was the word they'd chosen. Not financially independent or setting boundaries or refusing to be exploited. Just difficult. The most infuriating part was how they managed to completely erase the financial aspect. When people asked about specifics, the story became, Alex doesn't want to help with household chores anymore. Or, she's upset that Marcus is doing so well in his career. Household chores. 3 years of covering major expenses had been reduced to household chores, but their biggest mistake was trying to control a narrative in the age of social media, when one of the people involved actually understood social media. I'd been building my platform for years. I understood storytelling, audience engagement, and the power of authentic voice. They were playing checkers while I was playing chess. I didn't post anything dramatic or angry. Instead, I simply started sharing more of my real life. Behind-the-scenes content of building my business, screenshots of brand partnership emails with the dollar amounts visible, photos of my workspace with professional equipment I'd bought myself. Grateful for everyone who supported my small business journey. I posted with a photo of my latest paycheck. It's been amazing to build something from nothing and actually support myself doing what I love. Independence feels incredible. The comments were overwhelmingly positive. Other young women sharing their own business success stories, people asking for advice about starting online ventures, brands reaching out about potential partnerships. But my family's friends were watching too, and some of them were good at math. When my mother posted about teaching children the value of hard work and family contribution, someone commented, "That's so wonderful that Marcus is able to help with household expenses while building his career. Alex's business seems to be doing really well too. She must be such a help to the family." My mother liked the comment, but didn't respond. 2 days later, she posted again, "Proud of my son for being such a responsible young man. Some children just naturally understand family values and financial responsibility." This time, one of my father's coworkers commented, "Alex's makeup videos are really impressive. My daughter loves them. She must be making good money from all those subscribers. Lucky you to have 2 financially successful kids." That post was deleted within an hour. I continued sharing my journey authentically, never directly calling out my family's lies, just telling my own truth. Success stories, business growth, financial goals I was working toward. My audience was growing, and so was my income. But the most satisfying moment came when I posted a photo of my new savings account balance. A month's worth of money that would have normally gone to family expenses, now sitting in my own emergency fund. 1 month of prioritizing my own financial future, I captioned it. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you stop undervaluing your own contributions. My cousin commented, "Wait, weren't you helping with family bills?" Mom said Marcus was handling all that. I replied publicly, That was the story, but the bank statements tell a different version. Sometimes the person getting credit isn't the person doing the work. Within hours, that post had 43 comments from family friends asking questions, expressing surprise, and slowly beginning to piece together the real story. That evening, my phone exploded with angry texts from my parents. "You're embarrassing the family. This is private business. Take that post down immediately." I turned my phone off and kept working on my content. They'd spent weeks trying to control the narrative about me. Now it was my turn to tell my own story. And my story was about a young woman who'd been financially supporting her family while being told she'd never be as good as her brother, until she decided to show them exactly how good she was by keeping her money for herself. The best part? Every day I didn't transfer money to them was another day my savings account grew, my business expanded, and my independence became more solid. They could call me difficult all they wanted, but difficult daughters who pay their own bills don't need anyone's approval. They tried everything. 6 weeks into my financial independence experiment, the emergencies started coming from every possible angle. Not directly from my parents. They'd learned that frontal assaults didn't work. Instead, they deployed the extended family network like a coordinated military operation. It started with my grandmother calling, her voice shaky with worry. "Alex, dear, your mother mentioned that Marcus is having some car trouble and might lose his job if he can't get to work. She seemed to think you might be able to help with the repair costs." My grandmother was 87 years old and had no idea she was being used as emotional manipulation. She genuinely thought she was helping solve a family crisis. "How much does the repair cost, Grandma?" I think she said around $400. Such a shame when young people are just starting their careers. $400. Exactly the amount I'd been transferring monthly before I stopped. What a coincidence. "I'm sure Marcus will figure something out," I said gently. "He's very resourceful." 2 days later, it was my aunt. "Your father mentioned that you might be able to help with a small family emergency. Nothing major, just a temporary cash flow issue." "What kind of emergency?" A pause. "Well, I'm not sure of all the details, but it sounded like maybe some unexpected medical bills." "Whose medical bills?" Another pause. I'm not entirely sure. Your mother was a bit vague. She just said the family could use some financial support and thought you'd want to help. Medical bills that no one could identify, for someone no one could name, in an amount that happened to match my previous monthly contribution. "I think there might be some miscommunication," I told my aunt. "I'm not the family's emergency fund anymore." The indirect approach evolved. Family friends started reaching out, having heard through the grapevine that I was doing well financially and might be able to help with various family needs. Always vague, always urgent, always coincidentally within my income range. But the most insulting attempt came 3 weeks later when Marcus finally approached me directly. I was in the kitchen making coffee when he appeared, looking uncomfortable but determined. "Alex, I know things have been weird between us lately, but I really need your help." I didn't look up from my coffee maker. "With what?" "My car insurance is due, and I'm a little short this month, just until my next paycheck comes in. I'll pay you back." I turned to face him. "How much?" $150. The exact amount he'd never actually paid for car insurance, because I'd been covering it for 8 months before my financial independence declaration. "When did you start paying your own car insurance, Marcus?" He looked confused. "What do you mean?" "I mean, for the past 8 months, car insurance payments have been coming out of my account. So I'm curious when you took over that responsibility." His face went red. That was different. That was you helping family. And this is you handling your own adult responsibilities. Figure it out. Come on, Alex. Don't be like this. It's just one bill." "It's never just one bill. And you know what? You're right about something. You will pay me back. You'll pay me back by proving that you can actually handle the financial responsibilities everyone keeps claiming you're so good at." He left the kitchen muttering about how I'd changed, become selfish, lost sight of family values. But the real test came 2 months later with what they probably thought was their masterstroke. A genuine family emergency. My father called me at work, his voice tight with stress. "Alex, your mother is in the hospital. She fell and broke her wrist. We need help with the emergency room copay." For a moment, my resolve wavered. This wasn't a fake crisis or manipulative sob story. This was real. "How much is the copay?" $300. "We're short because of some unexpected expenses this month." I paused, thinking. Then I asked the question that clarified everything. "What unexpected expenses?" "Well, Marcus's car insurance was higher than we thought, and the electric bill was more than budgeted, and all the bills I used to cover. The unexpected expenses were just the reality of household costs they'd never had to budget for because I'd been covering them. Dad, I'll come to the hospital and pay the copay directly to the billing department. You don't trust us with the money? I don't trust this family to tell the truth about money. I'll pay the actual medical bill, nothing else. I drove to the hospital and paid the copay directly. My mother's wrist was genuinely broken, the bill was real, and I was happy to help with an actual emergency. But when my father asked if I could also help with gas money to get home and maybe grab dinner since it's been such a stressful day, I knew nothing had changed. Gas money and dinner aren't medical emergencies, Dad. Handle those yourself. On the drive home, I realized something important. I could help when I chose to, with genuine emergencies, on my terms. But I was no longer the default solution to every financial inconvenience they faced. The difference between helping and being exploited wasn't the money. It was the choice, the honesty, and the recognition that my contributions mattered. They could keep testing my boundaries, but my boundaries weren't going anywhere. The family meetings started happening without me. I'd come home from running errands to find cars in the driveway. My aunt's sedan, my uncle's truck, my grandmother's old station wagon. Voices from the dining room, hushed but intense, that stopped when I walked through the front door. "Oh, Alex," my mother would say with forced brightness. "We were just discussing some family matters. Nothing that concerns you. Family matters that didn't concern me. In the house where I lived. About the family I belonged to. The message was clear. If I wasn't going to fund the family, I wasn't really part of the family." I started keeping track of these meetings. Tuesday evening, 3 cars, voices until almost 10 p.m. Thursday afternoon, 4 cars, my grandmother's laugh echoing from behind closed doors. Sunday after church, 5 cars, the sound of my father's voice explaining something with the passion he usually reserved for football games. I wasn't invited. I wasn't informed. I wasn't wanted. "What were you all talking about today?" I asked my mother after one particularly long gathering. "Just family business," she said, not looking up from her phone. "Nothing you'd be interested in. Try me. Alex, you've made it very clear that you're not interested in family responsibilities, so we've stopped expecting you to participate in family decisions." The logic was breathtaking in its cruelty. Because I'd stopped being their ATM, I was no longer considered family. Because I'd refused to fund my own invisibility, I was being made actually invisible. But the real blow came 3 weeks later. I walked into the kitchen to find my mother preparing for what was obviously another family gathering. Good dishes out, her special lasagna in the oven, the dining room table extended with extra chairs. "Big family dinner tonight?" I asked, reaching for a bottle of water from the fridge. "Yes, we're celebrating Marcus's promotion." I stopped mid-reach. "Marcus got promoted?" 2 weeks ago. He's been made a senior marketing associate. We're very proud. 2 weeks ago. They'd been planning this celebration for 2 weeks and no one had mentioned it to me. "That's great news," I said carefully. "What time is dinner?" My mother looked uncomfortable. "Alex, I think it might be better if you made other plans tonight. This is really more of a celebration for people who support Marcus's success. People who support Marcus's success. I'd been living in this house for 23 years, and I wasn't invited to celebrate my brother's promotion because I'd stopped financially supporting a family that gave him credit for my contributions. I live here," I said quietly. "You live here, but you don't participate here. You've made that very clear." I looked around the kitchen where I'd made countless meals, had countless conversations, been part of countless family moments. Now I was being told it wasn't my space during real family events. "Fine," I said. "I'll stay in my room." "Actually," my father's voice came from behind me, "we think it would be better if you went out for the evening, found somewhere else to be." I turned to face him. This man who'd raised me, who'd taught me to ride a bike and helped me with homework, who was now asking me to leave my own home so they could celebrate without me. "You're kicking me out for the evening? We're asking you to respect that this is a family celebration for family members who act like family." There it was, the final verdict. I was no longer family because I'd stopped funding their lifestyle. "Understood," I said, grabbing my car keys. "Perfectly clear." I spent that evening at a coffee shop, working on my laptop, watching families at other tables laugh and share stories together. Normal families where being related meant being included, not being exploited. My phone stayed silent all evening. No texts checking if I was okay, no calls asking when I'd be home, no photos from the celebration I'd been excluded from. But the next morning, I woke up to something interesting, a notification from my banking app. In the past month, while they'd been holding family meetings without me and celebrating without me, My savings account had grown by $800. $800 that would have normally disappeared into their household expenses, while Marcus got credit for financial responsibility he'd never demonstrated. I lay in bed looking at that number, feeling something I hadn't expected: relief. For the first time in years, I had money in my account that was actually mine. Money that would stay mine. Money that would grow into real financial security because I wasn't constantly depleting it to support people who saw my contributions as automatic and invisible. They could exclude me from their celebrations. They could hold their family meetings without me. They could decide I wasn't really family anymore. But I was building something better than their approval. I was building my own life, funded by my own work, on my own terms. And unlike their acceptance, my self-respect wasn't conditional on how much money I was willing to give away. 2 years later, I'm writing this from my own apartment. It's small, a one-bedroom place across town with decent lighting for filming and enough space for me to breathe without walking on eggshells. The rent comes out of my account, along with my utilities, my groceries, and every other expense that makes up an independent adult life. My channel now has over 200,000 subscribers. Brand partnerships that once felt like impossible dreams are now regular income streams. I've diversified into online courses, affiliate marketing, and I'm launching my own small makeup line next month. The girl who was told she'd never be as good as her brother is now making more money than he is, living independently, and building a business that actually matters to people. But more importantly, I'm happy. Really, genuinely happy, in a way I didn't know was possible when I was constantly walking on eggshells, constantly making myself smaller, constantly funding my own invisibility. The family situation has settled into exactly what I expected. They've maintained their preferred narrative, and I've stopped caring about their version of reality. My mother still posts on social media about her successful son and how proud she is of Marcus's career. She never mentions my business, my independence, or my actual achievements. I'm either invisible in family updates or occasionally referenced as going through a phase when relatives ask why I'm never in family photos anymore. My father still tells people that Marcus really stepped up financially for the family during their temporary difficulties. I've heard through mutual family friends that the story now goes: Marcus helped them through a rough patch by taking over household expenses when I was too focused on my hobbies to contribute. Marcus himself has gotten exactly what he always wanted: all the credit, all the praise, all the recognition as the responsible family member. He's also gotten all the actual financial responsibility that comes with that title. From what I've heard, he struggled significantly those first 6 months after I stopped covering bills. His credit card debt increased, he had to get a side job, and there were some uncomfortable conversations with my parents about exactly how much money they'd actually been depending on. But he's managing now, learning to budget, handle his own car insurance, contribute to household expenses, becoming the financially responsible person everyone always claimed he was. My grandmother still calls occasionally, usually prompted by my mother to check on me and see if I'm ready to come back to family events. I'm always polite, always loving, but also always clear. I'm doing wonderfully on my own, thank you. The extended family has mostly figured out what really happened, despite my parents' narrative control attempts. It's hard to hide financial reality indefinitely, especially when the person who was actually paying bills stops paying them, and suddenly there are money problems. Some relatives have reached out privately to apologize for believing the family's version of events. Others have shared their own stories of being financially exploited by family members who took credit for their contributions. I've become accidentally inspiring to several of my younger cousins who watched me choose self-respect over family approval. One of them recently moved out of her parents' house after realizing she was subsidizing her brother's lifestyle, while being told she was just helping family. The most satisfying moment came about 6 months ago when I ran into my father at the grocery store. He looked tired, older, and genuinely surprised to see me looking healthy and confident. "Alex," he said, and for a moment I thought he might actually apologize, might acknowledge what had really happened, might show some recognition of how wrong they'd been. Instead, he said, "Your mother misses you. Maybe it's time to put this whole thing behind us." This whole thing? As if 3 years of financial exploitation, followed by my choice to stop accepting it, was just a minor family disagreement that should be forgotten. "I'm not missing anything," I told him. "I'm exactly where I need to be." And I meant it. I don't wake up angry anymore. I don't spend my energy trying to prove my worth to people who were determined not to see it. I don't fund other people's lives while accepting crumbs of recognition for my contribution. Instead, I wake up every day in a space that's entirely mine, funded by work that's entirely mine, building a future that's entirely mine. The girl who was told she'd never be as good as her brother learned something much more valuable than being good enough for them. She learned to be good enough for herself. And it turns out, when you stop trying to earn love from people who've already decided not to give it, you find something much better. You find yourself. My business is thriving. My savings account grows every month. My independence is solid and unshakable. Most importantly, I've learned that the opposite of being exploited isn't being vindictive. It's being free. They still tell their version of the story where I was the ungrateful daughter who abandoned family values. I tell my version where I was the invisible daughter who finally decided to become visible on her own terms. Both stories are true from different perspectives, but only one of them ends with the protagonist living happily, independently, and on her own terms. That protagonist is me, and I'm done apologizing for having a happy ending that doesn't include them.